these days I just write on LinkedIn about innovation and vision and so I get profile and they have to half hour
And who is the right profile inside the architecture?
So there are profiles on IT architecture, architecture solutions. There are the architects engineers. It's not you have to think a bit through how where do you run it, how is it the customer side, how do you update data, and what's running there. So if you manage to reflect the customer side is there, basically the warehouse and there are people starting to
No, but I still have an idea. I have a map of the sourcing of data, the management, and the output.
and these things, I think, that for example, is something I would challenge or at the AI.
Yeah, at the accelerator.
Or even here actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Where are the marks? And then the code is again you can go very far. Just like it might make sense that someone looks over it.
Okay. Yeah, of course. No, I'm not planning to
No,
do
but
that myself.
you're very far.
So we can call.
And it will change. 10 years ago,
And how you
we're still very young.
Okay.
So we started in September, and we were brand now in November. So that's why now the whole region is doing.
Check.
So now we've just in the research
Check 1,
phase
2.
where we're developing the standard system, and then we're doing the tests, like we're doing user studies in February, then we're going to people use our tool, use the
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Davos Innovation Week. We are already delayed by 15 minutes. So I'm so sorry about that. Some technical issues from my side. But thank you so much for joining today. Our session is going to begin in literally 5 seconds. So I request all of you to come and take your seats. Thank you so much, guys.
This is for me to change. I have to change it to a different presentation. And I have to run up and do it. There's 2 clickers. Don't touch it, please.
actually the youngest language.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much. We are going to start our important day, which is a main day in the whole week, the Startups Innovation Day. So today you see 23 startups coming across the globe. You see South African startups, you see all European startups, Middle East startups. So it's going to a very busy day with 23 pitches altogether. And I would like to, the morning session is on AI in action. So in this session, you will see the keynote by Mr. Fred Werner, and followed by a panel on AI in action, and with amazing 6 startups along with the investors in the room. So I would like to invite Fred Werner, Chief Strategic Engagement at the United Nations, on the stage and do an opening keynote to begin the session of AI in action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for a kind introduction. So it's day 3 of Davos, 9 a.m. I'm feeling it, but hopefully we're all here, we're all awake, we're motivated, excited. How's everyone doing? Everyone all right? Yeah. Okay, good. Let's begin. So my name is Fred Werner. I work for the ITU. And for those of you that don't know the ITU, it's the United Nations Specialized Agency for Digital Technologies. And we basically do 3 things. One is we basically allocate radio spectrum and satellite orbits. So basically, if Elon Musk wants to send a satellite up in space, he has to contact ITU, and we'll tell him where in space it can go. He doesn't call me personally, but you get the picture. We also develop international standards that underpin modern telecommunication networks. So if you see a video online or you call your grandma overseas, chances are you're using ITU standards to make that happen. And last but not least, we assist developing countries with capacity building and helping to bring up their ICT infrastructure through trainings, capacity, and development. And we're also the organizers of AI for Good. So AI for Good, it was built on the premise that AI has great potential to achieve global challenges. I think you've heard it before. Everything from affordable healthcare to clean energy, climate change, food security, natural disaster management, and also looking at the physical manifestation of AI. But before I begin, I'd like to show you a video. And I saw this at a developer conference from NVIDIA just a few weeks ago. So I think most of you have used AI to generate a video or a photo or a funny picture, what have you. You put in your prompt and you render the photo and the video, and it takes a few seconds. But with this new version, you can basically live edit a video in real time, and it will render in real time without having to wait for the video to render. Now this is a game changer. And why is that? Well, on the good side, if you're doing creative storyboarding, if you're doing simulations, trainings, we've actually seen lots of use cases where you might rehearse a court case, or cross-examining a witness or dealing with a jury. So these kind of live real-time simulations could be a game changer for learning. But it's not hard to imagine how this could be used and abused, where you could basically use this technology to doctor a live news stream. Or if you're watching a football game and you don't like the score, well, just change the score, right? So this is one of the reasons we created AI for Good, to look at the dual nature of AI. And we've seen AI, we created it in 2017. So that's pretty much an eternity in terms of AI years. And back then, it was all about the fear, the hype, and the promise of AI. You had AlphaGo, you had IBM Watson, a few use cases, but there wasn't really a lot of concrete examples there. But we've really seen through AI for Good, the use cases evolve from PowerPoint to basically traditional machine learning to the advent of Gen AI. Last year, the theme of our summit was the rise of the AI agents, and then also looking at like robotics, brain-computer interface, and now we're even looking at space computing. But how do you know these high-potential AI applications work equally well on men or women, on children or the elderly, people with different skin colors, people with disabilities, or across 50-plus African countries with thousands of languages and dialects, many of them not even written, and all of the challenges that involves. Things we take for granted like 5G, access to data, access to apps, even electricity. These are real concerns. So I don't think it's a natural reflex for a fast-moving tech and startup industry to think about these things. I think the track record so far has been build it and we'll fix it later. But these are things that we think about very deeply at AI for Good. So what is AI for Good? Well, simply put, the goal of AI for Good is to unlock AI's potential to serve humanity. And how can we do this? Well, first of all, we can't do this alone. So we have virtually the entire UN system as partners of AI for Good. 53 agencies and partners, to be specific, all contributing to AI for Good, learning, helping us to build standards, collaboration efforts, networking. They're all there. Now, our Secretary General at our last summit basically said, we are the AI generation. Now, what did she mean by that? And I think we have really gone from the PowerPoint use cases to solutions that are affecting people's lives in real, meaningful, and practical ways. And I want to show you a video here, but before I show it, just to help you understand what's going on. So this is Luis. He has ALS, he has locked-in syndrome, he can't move, he's completely paralyzed. But by using a brain-computer interface technology to try and sense his thoughts, and a Gen AI model, and old recordings of his voice, and a 5G network, he was able to communicate using the power of his mind with our summit in Geneva, which was amazing. And I'll just show you a little clip about this.
And we're going to try and play his voice for you here. I don't know if you can press play.
Sinto-me honrado e entusiasmado por estar aqui. É uma experiência incrível.
For Luis, it's always emotional when he gets his voice back.
Yeah, I'm actually getting emotional right now rewatching it. So the only way you could tell he was communicating with us is at one point there was a tear coming out of his eye because he was so happy. And I guarantee you there was a lot of tears in the audience that day. But you know, that's really a solution where you're really sort of restoring human dignity to those who need it the most. And that's a really great example of AI for Good. I'd like to show you another example, actually. So this also took place at our summit, and she's actually a champion wheelchair tennis player. And at our summit, she basically used an AI-powered exoskeleton to walk upright for the first time in 13 years since she became paralyzed. And she really described the experience of standing upright, being eye-to-eye with people, feeling the blood rush down to her leg as, you know, transformational. And again, this is really, you know, going from theory to action. And this type of technology is evolving very, very quickly. This was actually 2 years ago, and you have new versions of this that are really amazing. And a lot of applications coming out of Japan as well, because you have an aging community there that needs a lot of help with many things. So again, another game changer. This is an interesting use case. So AI for Good has a year-long AI startup pitching competition. And we had one of the finalists was a startup from Estonia. And basically, you know, diabetes, it's a global killer, right? And this app, it can basically detect the level of sugar in your blood by the sound of your voice, which could be a game changer for diabetes because it's very expensive to get these blood sugar monitoring devices, or if you do it the traditional way where you have to prick the skin, very inconvenient. So this is still in pilot phase. But what's interesting here is if that app can tell how much sugar is in your blood, what else can it tell about you? What did you do last night? How much did you drink? Sorry. Are you lying? Are you paying attention? Actually, are you paying attention? So here we get into the dual nature of AI, and it's not always about what AI could do, but also what AI should do, right? So that's very much of the nature of AI for Good. Now, AI for Good and ITU, our mission is basically to connect the world. And the latest ITU statistics say that 1/3 of the world still remains unconnected. We've made good progress. It wasn't so long ago that it was less than half the world that was connected, or unconnected rather. But what's important is actually large parts of the world are connected, but it's not connectivity for the sake of coverage. Just because there's connectivity doesn't mean they're going to connect, because there's no incentive to connect. So if you have no content in your local language or dialect, or let's say you're illiterate, or you have disabilities, or no access to government services, why would you connect? So in my view, 1/3 of the world unconnected, it's like a V8 engine only firing on 5 cylinders. It's just not working properly. And we're not benefiting from the collective problem-solving creativity of the world, from the collective storytelling, the culture, the creativity of 1/3 of the world. So we need to get this engine firing on all cylinders. And basically what that means also is providing local AI that provides local solutions for local problems. And one way we do that is, for example, there we go. For example, just before Christmas, we were in Johannesburg, and we had AI for Good Impact Africa. So we're very cognizant that not everyone can come to Geneva, so we make efforts to bring AI for Good to different parts of the world. So far, we've done India, we've done Africa, and we're planning to hit all the different regions. And we just launched a machine learning challenge in Africa to basically translate or capture thousands of African languages and dialects, and do it in a crowdsourced way where actually people can literally just speak into their phone, and through that challenge we collect all the data. And the goal of this is twofold. One is to preserve the culture and storytelling and make sure these languages don't basically become extinct. But the other thing is to improve the quality of the LLMs, because then if we have those languages baked into the LLMs, you can actually make steps towards having more local solutions to local problems. So we launched this challenge just before Christmas. Just skipping through. Also, another thing I'd like to highlight that's very much focused on local solutions for local problems is we launched a brand new report today, and this is the second edition of the AI Readiness Report. I'll move out of the way so you can scan the QR code, and if for some reason you can't capture it, you can also go to our website. But basically this report looks at the preconditions for success on AI in different AI industry verticals and sectors across different countries. And this was put together by a network of researchers and scholars from, I think, over 40 countries, and basically leveraging rather, the AI for Good network to come up with these best practices and help countries and industrial sectors prepare for AI. Now, we had our AI governance dialogue day at the summit last year, and if you look here at the digital divide, or rather the AI divide, you can see there's a handful of data centers around the world, but actually most of the map is empty. And when we brought together over 100 ministers from 100 different countries to talk about the future of AI governance, you have all these fast emerging governance frameworks around the world, whether you're in the US or China or the US. And even if you can't agree on everything and there's different philosophical approaches, there were two things that everyone could agree on. And one is, how do you address the AI skills gap and democratize access to skills globally? That was a no-brainer, and that's as much as a problem in the developing world as the developed world. And the other one was, how do you handle the epidemic of misinformation and deepfakes? So to address the skills gap, we launched the AI Skills Coalition. It was actually launched 1 year ago right here in Davos by our Secretary General. And if some of you have been following us on social media, you may have seen that will.i.am, yes, that will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas, he was nominated as our AI Skills Coalition Ambassador. And we've had a couple sessions already with him yesterday and also on Monday, and really using him as a kind of door opener to build collaboration on the Skills Coalition. Since we launched it, we've had 60 plus partners sign up, anything from the likes of Microsoft to different universities and foundations and learning groups. And we have almost 200 online courses ready. We're doing in-person trainings around the world. And I would like to highlight a special project. Basically, it was created by will.i.am, ITU, Google, where we're in 5 African countries now training kids on how to use AI and robotics. So we have a global robotics competition running in 70 countries, and we picked basically South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, where when the kids are done with their competition, and this year's competition is on food security, afterwards with the Google funding and will.i.am's know-how, we're giving them training on how to use AI and robotics in a safe and ethical way. We're hoping to scale that much bigger. The robotics competition is already in 70 countries, we're training in 5 countries, but it looks like it has a lot of potential to scale. So that's just a very practical way of how we can actually bring skills to the people who need it the most. The second thing is...
the spike in attacks is
I'll let you watch this.
The spread of false information and AI-generated videos is further fueling anxiety. like this one, this image of a bear at the famous Shibuya Scramble Crossing, not far from where we are sitting right now.
Yeah, sorry, the video auto-played, but I think you get the picture. So, you know, misinformation, it's a big problem. And that was also identified as a key challenge from all our member states. Here's let's say a fun, non-political example. Most involve political figures, which I didn't want to show today. But on the other hand, this is serious because you did have some bear attacks, and then you had all of this tidal wave of misinformation on bear attacks, and it really overwhelmed the emergency services, and you had panic and all types of weird stuff happening. So this just shows how things can spiral out of control organically. And because of this, we basically created a new standards coalition with ISO and IC. These are our standard-setting partners for international standards, and basically trying to identify standards to combat misinformation and deep fakes. So basically, ITU now has a suite of 400 standards covering everything from optimization of networks, security of networks, how to handle misinformation and deepfakes, energy management of data centers. We also have pre-standardization efforts on agriculture, health, disaster management. And this is one of the pillars of work of ITU. And also should say that we actually launched the International AI Standards Exchange at our summit last year. So this is a database of all the world's AI standards collected by ISO, ITU, and IC, but also now we have other standards bodies like IEEE and IETF and others joining on board. So this will be, I think, a real resource for the world. I should mention that we launched this probably 2 weeks after the Global Digital Compact was published. I know standards bodies are not normally associated with moving at lightning speed, but I think in this case we proved them wrong, and we worked very, very fast. So where are we now? I think we've been here before. We had the internet.com boom. That became a bit of Wild West. For better or for worse, we have the internet. Then we had social media, 2017. Tristan Harris described that as our first contact with AI. And now we have AI and Gen AI. And we had one of our speakers, Roman Yampolsky, who said AI might be the last thing that humans ever invent. So no pressure. I think we need to get this right. And also our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, said that AI should never stand for advancing inequality, but it should stand for AI and AI for good. And with that, I thank you for your time, and looking forward to the next panel where we can go into much more detail about everything I just presented here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. So moving on to the next session, I would like to invite Martha on the stage and introduce herself and the panel and the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Spandana, for having me still. It's, I think, my 5th time with you right now. I'm super excited and also very inspired by your talk from idea to impact. So I hope today we can show you also in the short panel how we create that impact with some specialists, also with Kat as a colleague, from Fred, with people from Silicon Valley. We can only do it all together. So what do? That's how I met actually Spandana. I'm from financial services. I've been working for UBS AXA for over 20 years. And I've been working a lot in technology in my executive board position. So very fortunate to have had this exposure. And since 3 years now, I'm using my knowledge to educate people, to do board advisory work. I developed myself into a tech futurist. I'm one of the top people in the world, apparently. But I believe that no one is really an expert. It's every one of us is not an expert. And you have shown this very clearly, that we still have a huge gap we have to cross. So there's lots of work, and I'm really, really excited now asking all the panelists to come to me and introducing yourself as well. So Kat, Moshe, David, I don't see every one of you, but you will come, hopefully. And I got some special powers today from Fred when he introduced himself to me. So I don't think everyone gets it, perhaps yes. Is this pin, AI for Good. He told me this is my special power. So I'm very pleased now that I have this. This will remind me, apart from the work I do. So I'm very much into the interface between technology and humanity. On Monday, I also joined people to talk about AI for humanity. We have a huge topic right now. How do we govern AI? You talked about it. We have very fragmented world. We also have AI implemented sort of in 9 of 10 companies, but only one of those 10 companies really creates value and impact. So let's hear from the experts. How do we really, really create impact? So maybe you want to start?
Yeah. So first of all, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Dr. Hema. I'm the Director of AI Research Center and also the Vice Dean for the School of Business in Watson University in Hyderabad, India. So when you talk about the impact of AI as see that, the thing is, everyone talks about AI. AI is good in all the perspectives we can use in day-to-day life. But the thing is, who is taking the responsibility of it? That is the main thing which we have to look at it. Second thing, to avoid that, people are taking that in their perspective, that it's kind of a pilot program, so that if it makes any mistake also, no one can care about it. So ultimately, if somebody is deploying an AI in their organization, they have to take the ownership of it, first thing. Second thing, the AI should not decide on its own, where it has to have some restrictions where the human has to decide on that, where it can be a flow of AI, but human intervention should be must in that. In that perspective, AI can make more impact in many of the organizations.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kat Cloud. I am Head of Government Relations at SumsUp. We are a global identity verification provider. So we see AI being used for good things and sadly for bad things. So what we do a lot of times is touching on what Fred touched on with deepfakes. That is a huge and sadly reoccurring issue that we are seeing with identity verification. So when I say we do see the good sides of things, so we are looking at AI agents. How can we streamline the process of you guys opening up a new bank account and having to go through the process of scanning your face, talking, things like that. But then we do also see the bad side of things. So some of you might have heard about the recent stories around Grok. That is one of the bad sides that we are seeing. So what we're trying to do is build solutions that kind of balance that. Focus on using, if I can steal it, AI for good, but then also making sure that we have the right protections in place for everyday consumers. So when AI is being used for bad things, there's things that are in place to try and protect them as much as possible.
Good morning. My name is Moshe Salzberg. I'm actually based in Israel, but I was born and raised in Brazil, so I did understand what Luis said in Portuguese here. I am coming from the semiconductor and hardware for AI side of the equation here. I'm here actually by invitation of Silicon Valley company using AI for AI hardware tough problems. A company called Voltaï, actually founded by some very good, talented Stanford graduates. And I think the two topics that I'm quickly going to touch here is that I think, Fred, you talked about the black space in the map. So we want to democratize access to AI and to AI hardware, because now we know how much hardware is an important piece of AI, okay, with the NVIDIA frenzy. And another impact of AI for good is actually power consumption, because in some places AI is taking all of the electricity out of the grid. So this is also something that we address directly.
Thank you so much. My name is David. I'm one of the co-founders of Lakira, now part of Checkpoint. We work with some of the largest organizations in helping them adopt AI. put cybersecurity at the core of it. Why did we start Lakira? Prior to this company, we spent about 10 years building AI across heavily regulated and safety, security critical industries. And we learned just how hard it is to not only build AI, but also make it safe and secure. And so when we think about trust, you have a lot of elements sort of in that puzzle. Safety and security are two of them. And it's really hard. It's really, really hard. If we think about why that is the case, we talk about AI, we talk about trusting AI, we talk about securing AI. We think a lot about the technology, but one of the things we can't forget is that we're still dealing with technology, and what has fundamentally changed over the last, I would say, 3 years is how we interact with that technology. Now, all of a sudden, language is an executable, which means we can talk to AI in any language that we can speak or that we like, and it generates very complex results. And so when we think about trust in AI, we can not only think about the technology itself, but also how we interact with it, and that's something that's it's at the core of what we do. We're also the company behind Gandalf, a really fun and exciting game that I'm sure many of you have come across. It's the best way to learn about AI and some of the security issues around it. So I recommend to everyone after this session, not right now because we lose everyone's
David told me
attention.
before that I'm not to mention the game because otherwise everyone.
That's true. We agreed on that actually.
So you did it now. So
so
otherwise the whole panel is gone because everyone tries the game. So please don't try the game as yet. But Gandalf, you know who Gandalf is pretty amazing. So please don't try it now.
I'll stop here. We can talk about it again at the end of the session.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ksenia Fontaine, and I'm Senior Business Development and Operations Officer at ITU AI for Good. So I work closely with Fred on AI for Good, but also on other emerging technologies initiatives, like, for example, quantum. And so when we talk about impact, just to add on what Fred already obviously presented from ITU's work. So on Monday, we launched the United Nations University Report, specifically focused on AI use cases in 3 areas: geo-AI, communications networks, and robotics. And we identified together with UNU colleagues actually a pathway to enable AI to scale and make impact. So one is access to data, obviously. I don't need to go into details on that. Access to AI infrastructure. What we notice from ITU work, there are still 150 countries who don't have direct access to compute power. So this is a big issue, especially when we talk about developing countries, Africa region, Southeast Asia. They don't have compute powers to run their AI solutions locally. Then the third point is AI literacy, obviously. Even if you have created good AI solutions, you still need to educate the users about AI. You need to educate policymakers why they need to use AI. And through, for example, AI Skills Coalition, we work in different industries trying to teach stakeholders how to adapt AI, but also how to use AI safely and in respect with the local regulations. The fourth point is building an ecosystem around AI development. So in order to deploy an AI solution, you need to have a robust ecosystem, not just the innovator who created the solution, but also the market, the public sector, but also academia and research centers. And through AI for Good, that's an example how we work and try to bring the multi-stakeholder platform together: civil society, UN, academia, government, but also industry. They really need to work all together on AI. And the fifth, and here I have a blank. And the fifth, obviously, to deploy AI sustainably. It means to be really mindful about environment, about energy efficiency, and also water consumption. So this is the 5 pathway. I invite you all to check out the newly launched report.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I heard there are 3 reports. I just skimmed through some, so there's really some very, very deep knowledge for sharing here. Unfortunately, I think we could have a whole day on it, and I hope, Fred, next time you will do this with us and we discussed before with the meditation to define what our purpose is. not only in life, but also what we want to achieve in Davos. You have spoken a lot about power, infrastructure, energy, and we see that the AI race, I mean, we all think about who has the best model, but this is not really the case. The AI race is about energy, infrastructure, and so on. So we need to look at where the data centers are. They in sky, or as you say, in space? And Moshe, you seem to kind of the expert in quotes, but you developed something in that direction. You talked to me about South Korea before, so maybe you share something from your knowledge, how you use energy also for good and sustainable ways, hopefully.
So I mentioned before that Voltaire is actually, it's still in stealth mode, so I can't talk too much about it, but this specific application or use case was appeared in a Wall Street Journal piece that Voltaire actually was awarded a project called Project Concord to build, using AI, build and run an AI data center in South Korea, with one of the KPIs and one of the goals is to save energy. And doing that by, among other things, by doing predictive maintenance in trying to solve the problems that may come up later and will use energy before they appear. Okay, so it's a kind of what Fred talked about, health, which is great and important, but do this at the health of a data center, and by doing that save a lot of power. We may be familiar what happened in Ireland just recently, I think in December, it was reported that because Ireland attracted a lot of data centers by Amazon and don't remember who else, I think Microsoft and Meta maybe, what happened is that the electricity price for the citizens went up, and they had to juice the data centers. They had to deviate from their previously agreed environmental goals and start using more fossil fuels. Okay, so this is one of the things we're trying to avoid as part of responsibility, social responsibility.
I think this is one of the great examples. Also, you mentioned from a bad point of view, where the big tech using all the electricity, and there's nothing left for the local people. It's a little bit like the housing problem we see, but in a much bigger scale. Kat, you talked about digital identity, and we have seen also deep fakes. Everyone is familiar with that. David also is one of your topics in cybersecurity. So when you think about digital identity and agents, I find this is one of the hottest topic also for us, and I come from a regulated industry, as I said at the beginning. So if I act through my agent, then obviously the bank has no longer me as a consumer, but has someone, someone I say, so the agent is not someone, but it feels like someone. So how do you deal with that you check digital identity, that you make sure it's you? And a little anecdote, I recently interviewed someone amazing, an artist and also a startup founder, and she develops now, they both develop on blockchain, digital identity, and the one thing which is not clonable, maybe you can say, with the one thing which you can't clone yet. No, your heartbeat is actually your heartbeat. So you can clone your eyes, your face, your body. Goes a bit in that direction, but heartbeat is much simpler. So if you want to check this out, it's an art from Christa Kim, and 10bio is the company for heartbeat, but I don't want to steal the thunder of what Kate is developing, but just to bear this in mind, there are means and tools so that we are staying unique, but not with my agent, he doesn't have a heartbeat.
No, I think, so definitely, I think we're seeing a lot of transitions into that, and that's what's kind of coming up more and more in the conversations around AI agents is, how can I actually protect myself? In November last year, we actually launched, in partnership with the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, a research project where we're trying to solve that exact problem. So we've all seen deepfakes are on the rise. In the UK, actually, last year we saw a 94% increase in deepfakes, which is terrifying considering I live in London. But so what we're doing with the university is we're going to trial if we could create almost like a watermark on your face. So if I upload a photo of my face to my social media, I could choose to put a watermark on it. So that way if someone, a fraudster out there, wanted to try and pretend to be me, they couldn't actually use that image because there's now a watermark. So we're trying to trial these different initiatives to help protect consumers because we are seeing this rise of AI agents. Like going back to my example at the beginning of, we saw in the recent news that Grok was being used where people were taking images and unfortunately sexualizing them. We don't want that to continue to happen. So what are the different methods that we can use to protect consumers, to protect ourselves, but also not stopping the evolution of AI? Because we do also see the positive sides of AI agents, especially if you then kind of introduce it to a compliance scenario. Streamlining that, making us, if we have to onboard to a new bank account, like how many people have done it recently? Unfortunately, it still takes time. Is there a way we can streamline that through AI agents? And even going to regulated companies with the things that they need to do, the KYC checks that they need to conduct on all of the consumers they're onboarding. Could we streamline that process for them so it's easier for them to comply, make it faster, make it cheaper, make it easier? All of those things, we're really trying to balance the two, but I think what it really comes down to when you are interacting with an agent and why I think we're going to continue to see them grow, and I think it's going to be interesting to watch from a regulator perspective, is that trust element. Is there actually trust that me as a consumer, do I understand this AI agent? Do I understand what they're actually doing for me? Do I understand what data I'm sharing with them? But then also from the regulator's perspective, do they trust that the companies actually know and have built their AI agents to comply with the regulation? So I think we're going to continue to see this happen, and I think we've also actually seen it with AI as it's developed. It's going to be grounded in trust. That trust element's never going to go away, because at the end of the day, we are still humans, and we all kind of interact and build our relationships on trust. So I'd say watch the space, but make sure that as you are thinking about it, you're looking at it from a trustworthy perspective.
Thank you. Yes, Moshi? Just to say, also picking up on the point of trust is a theme which comes up every time, and how to build trust, but at the same time also, I shouldn't say but you said something, a quote, and I've heard this before, which I think resonates very much, is we might be the last humans like we are now. Because we are changing so much, our brain is changing. I'm not talking per se about cyberborgs, but AI might be the last innovation, and we might be the last humans like we know each other today. But Moshe, you want to say something?
Yeah, so first, trust but verify, right? But back to Marta, what you said before, the heartbeat, it's actually the hardware side of the human, okay? And in chips, in silicon, you do have, you said your agent doesn't have a heartbeat, but chips do have. Now, they are not unique, okay? But if you do unique chips, they can be unique. And the best way to verify authenticity of something is in hardware, and good trust. So that's something to take into consideration.
Agent with a heartbeat. I think this is
exactly.
the line for today, which we all learned from that here. And we have also very, very amazing person here from India. You introduced yourself, and I think one point which stuck with me also in our pre-discussion was also the educational part, and this is something which should not forget. A lot of people here, they know already, I mean, you know a lot, otherwise you wouldn't be here and listening. Hopefully we can also share some experiences which are new, but there are a lot of people still in the dark, and we have seen from the digital divide stats also that there are lots of people not even connected. So what is your mission, and where is your heart beat for your mission?
Yeah. So I just want to share two real examples which happen in my university and with my consultants. The first thing is, in my university, we developed an ERP system because we have around 7,000 students and 7 schools inside. So when we developed the ERP system, integrating AI and blockchain with that, most of the professors are not aware of how to use it. That comes under AI literacy. So in that perspective, we have conducted a lot of training programs for them to understand that how to use it. But it's not stopped with that, where it leads to a lot of governance issues also. Like for example, in the university, if any events are happening. During that time, there is no need of taking the attendance. So there is no use of using the AI at that time, so that people will say that the management will say, you just go give attendance to all the students, because let's take it as kind of a on duty. So as we created some kind of rules and governance to implement this kind of a software in an organization, but the management, the CEOs of a company or whoever maybe, they just deviating from it. So the governance is just in the paper. They are not utilizing it in the real-time scenario. So what I'm trying to say here is, like, if you are giving a kind of rules and regulations of how to use a product in the organization, it has to be strictly followed. It should not deviate on our own interest, like today we just stop it, no need to utilize it, later on we can make the changes of the rules and regulations. This is
So
one thing.
in your case, if I may ask, who's auditing the process and the governance in the examples you have seen where maybe...
For example, the product is developed by AI Research Center. So they are given the rules and governance, ethics, and how to use the policies. But when it is running for the last 4 years, whenever something happen in the organization, might be the management will say like that. So it should not stop in between. So that's what I'm saying. It's not happen only in my university. Might be most of, even in smart cities, whenever we call like South Korea, some other country, when they are doing it, suddenly if some prime minister, whoever is coming, they might make changes in their governance rules. That should not happen. If it happens, then automatically it will be just in the paper. No one can look into it. This is one of the examples which I want to say.
Yeah, full transparency is,
transparency should be
is
there.
your point, but the question is also how you supervise, how you audit, what's the political environment in more democratic, in quotes. No, I don't think we have many real democracy anymore, in my view, except Switzerland, for example, which is where we are all today and where it's the best place in the world, on top of the mountains, really.
Yeah.
Xenia, you have been part of this absolutely amazing reports, but apart from the reports, I know you do a lot of partnerships. That's basically the core also of your work, because you can't do it alone. Fred, you said it. We have to do it all together. It's very, very fragmented governance frameworks. And how do you do and how do you make sure you have set those standards that you just mentioned, that these are adhered to? How do you make sure that the partners are not just blah, blah, blah? The big tech are basically pulling your legs. How do you make sure that this is the case? Big question.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Well, the good thing about standards are technical specifications. They are very concrete. And these are the documents developed by international community, by 194 ITU members, but also industry and academia. And also ITU's standards are focused on human-centered AI and also making sure that the human rights are part and core of the ITU AI standards. And we have different areas. So, for example, and this is also to the question of responsible AI development. We have AI standards in security, so we have a study group 17 basically looking into AI systems in financial sector, AI networks, how secure they use. So you can obviously trust those standards, and also what's important for us, so you know there are lots of governments frameworks that are being developed already during a couple of years. What we would like to look into is how you develop those concrete frameworks that are implementable, and actually standards that are tools that could much easily implement them. So you can obviously trust them all. Another point is, obviously, you develop standards, they are voluntary documents. You don't have to use them, right? But the standards are also enablers for international trade and innovation. Obviously, maybe in US or Europe, you don't have these issues, you already have all the solutions on the market, but they are very valuable for developing countries. For example, in Africa, with 55 countries, how do you actually develop your business, develop your AI solutions and go to the market if your solution is not compliant and actually is not working in Ghana or in Kenya, because they all have their own legislation. So standards are actually the enablers for smart and media enterprises and for the startups to develop and to go to the market. So we have a really big interest from those countries, and I would say they're like our biggest consumers of standards. And to your point regarding the big corporations, quite often we note that they are not part of standards making processes. Some of the companies, they prefer to keep their patents in silos, which is again their choice since it's a voluntary process.
Not the
Can I
right
just
choice in my
jump
view.
in right there?
Yeah, okay.
I would definitely agree, and I think what we've actually seen, so like my day today is talking to regulators, so what we've seen recently is a lot of them are actually reaching out to us and asking, you're in financial services, how are your clients using AI, or how are your clients using your AI within their products? So we're seeing a genuine interest from regulators to better understand how AI is being used within financial services, and I think that is a key step in the right direction as we look to do more standards, more guidance on how do we use this responsibly and also sustainably, because it's not going to go away.
David, tell us more about it.
So the ITU is obviously doing an incredible job. I think one of the challenges we have is that standards and regulatory frameworks and what we consider to be compliance is way too abstract today. In practice, those that are driving innovation out there, I don't know if there's a single startup out there that is following any official standard or regulatory framework. That's just not the case today. I was part of a startup here in Switzerland actually building AI for autonomous aviation. We have to, to bring that to an airplane, you ultimately have to certify it. You have to bring it through all the regulatory standards and compliance frameworks that have existed for 40, 50 years. The only difference is that we're not certifying a jet engine anymore, we're certifying AI. And so the challenge that we have is that we arrive at regulatory frameworks that are abstract, not very concrete. And at the end of the day, by the time we get to a point where these are being launched, Gen AI comes along and throws everything off the table. And so we have to start again from scratch. And so it's obviously a catch-up game, and there's good intent. But we just have to make sure that these regulatory frameworks and standardization efforts are more concrete and more driven from a technical perspective. Because the thing I often see is we all talk about how to make AI useful and all of that stuff. But really, we spend most of our time thinking about how to constrain it, and that's a hard thing. We all know that the safest car is the car that doesn't drive. But we really need to think of regulatory frameworks from a perspective of how do we make the car drive fast? And then how do we enable everyone that's involved in assembling the car to do the right things at the right time in an efficient way, so that we can bring many, many cars onto the streets that are safe and in this context here, secure. And we're very, very far away from that, and we just see innovation speed along with the regulatory efforts not being able to keep up, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's very true. We have to nearly come to an end, is Spandana telling me always, every time, even though we could go on forever. I don't also want to miss that people have the chance to ask questions. So the lightning speed of technology versus our humble human beings is one of the great topics, David, also you just highlighted now. And frameworks can never be perfect. There are frameworks, and there should be agile, they're trying to be, but how we keep up is another matter. And we have seen that Moore's law, most likely a lot of you are familiar with it, exponential growth, is out of the window. We don't have 10x, we have like this. So our brain is not made for this, even not for exponential, they have found out. So we have to use tools to get where we want to be. Questions, please. Yes.
Well, this is a question from the panelists. Do you guys want to run a mic?
Yes.
Hey, hi. My name is Oscar, 27 from Amsterdam, and I work in education. And I have a question for all of you, but mostly to you, Xenia. I'm hearing things about AI literacy, and the fourth and the fifth point about ecosystems being created around AI, and also the sustainability of that system. Where is educating our children in this system? Because AI is there right now. They're doing their homework with AI. And I have a little sister, she's 16. We create the technology, but right now the technology is creating her. And I'm really talking cyborg stuff. She cannot write a letter, not a single one. She writes everything with AI. So it's urgent, and it's here, and it's here now. So we need to act.
I totally agree. Actually, if someone is interested in Switzerland, we do schooling for parents and AI for free. So DM me if you want to join.
Can you use a microphone? Talking to the mic? Talk.
Mic. So, but you understood it, but not on video. Yeah. So if you are in Switzerland and want to join parent-children groups to educate children, not to cheat, but to use it responsibly, I think we start with parents and children because most of the parents don't know what the children are doing. Xenia, was a question for you because you also do schooling efforts.
Yes, and this is my favorite question because I have two toddlers, 3 years and 5 years old. So believe me, I'm asking myself about this every day. But well, when it comes to the education, one thing, and I think it's also to the point of speed, is that AI is developing very quickly, and we obviously see that educational systems are moving very slowly. They are not ready. And the important point is, obviously, AI curriculum should be integrated in high schools, and there are some countries actually really performing on that point. Estonia, for example, is a champion of integrating AI into school education, and you can take a look. UNESCO also developed a couple of frameworks for teachers to integrate AI into school teaching programs, but also how AI can be taught. From the ITU side, through the AI Skills Coalition, what we try to do, we adopt this bottom-up, top-down approach. From one perspective, we run hands-on training programs and challenges. For example, we have Robotics for Good Use Challenge that we deploy now in 60 countries, touching upon kids from 10 to 18 years old, developing basic robotic solutions with a very basic AI integration, but to use AI to solve global challenges. So right away they learn that AI is important, for example, in healthcare, or we have a challenge on disaster response. And in addition to that, we organize trainings for teachers. So we've been in South Africa. In October, we launched this new program for teachers. So what we try to do, we work with the local partners. That's why, to my point about ecosystem, you really need to work with the local partners because the curriculum in South Africa would not be the same that in India, for example. In India as well, we run those challenges. So this is one point. But another one from the top down is obviously working with the policymakers. So our colleagues from a GIGA project, so you know there is a UNICEF, ITU GIGA project to connect the schools. They work to connecting with the ministries of education to actually provide trainings for the ministers and policymakers and to make them aware of the importance of this. So it's a joint effort. It doesn't happen in one day. And obviously help of partners, private sector as well in terms of funding is very important. So, but everyone needs to join this educational effort because otherwise we will be really left behind. And to your point about your sister, she needs also to learn curiosity. So it's not about understanding technology itself, because today it's AI, tomorrow it will be quantum, and who knows what else. So just staying curious and be open and be able to adapt. I think if we still focus on the human values and soft skills, I think we will be fine.
Thank you. Curiosity and critical thinking. So Spandana's raising the red flag. I see a lot of questions. But I have good news for you. I make these people stay for you. So behind the scenes, you can ask all your questions. Spandana, I can have one sentence only each, about what you do to create impact. And this is obviously a surprise question. The whole talk was unscripted as usual. Ook, don't fall. No.
For me, if you ask, AI is a good practice, but it has to be regulated.
My one sentence would be, AI needs to be based in trust and consumer protection.
So I'll take that multiple ways, but let's stick to this, environmental conscious and power saving and efficient use of power.
Play Gandalf. No, listen, it's an amazing platform to learn, and maybe even for kids. Sorry, multiple sentences, but even for kids, we talked about kids. It's an amazing platform to learn about how AI works and what some of the issues are. So we've had millions of people, millions of kids play with it. So that's one of the ways we create impact.
Share the link.
Gandalf.lakera.ai.
Excellent. And from my side, it will be meditate, focus, and then join the AI for Good movement.
Thanks a lot to this absolutely amazing, amazing panel. And thanks to all of you coming here so early, and thanks to Spandana being, as always, the most patient person I know.
I don't have your email address. You can see him. Yesterday you sent it. Okay. You have to get your contact information later to put it in my screen, so I have it always. But say it slower.
So I shouldn't introduce your position today. I was the judge of the jury. I know still. As long as you appreciate it. That's my day today. And yesterday I had the plan of lunch. I stayed at my grandmother's morning. I came this morning and I was pretty much frustrated. It was so early. I thought I'm not going to But 6:30? Yeah. I was even at the one before.
Thank you, everyone.
I lost it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Our pitching session is going to start in 2 minutes. I kindly request everyone to, yeah. If you can just.
How are you? Sunday. What must be a Simon? Yeah, she has. You arrived today? I arrived on yesterday. Super early. Hi, Philippe. Hey. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Hi. How are you? This is
Hello, everyone. My kind request to come back to your seats. Our main session is going to start in a second. You're going to hear keynote speeches from innovations and startups.
It's just so I give my card and someone else's. Yeah, I saw the artificial.
Thank you so much.
All the speaker details are on our website, so you can get hold of them on LinkedIn. So I kindly request you to come back to your seats. Our next session is going to start.
Hi, Vafa. Good to see you. How are you? How was the dinner on board? How are you?
Hello, hello. Could we please sit down and get started? And if you want a conversation, could you move to the back of the room? Hello, hello. Could we have some quiet, please? We're going to start the pitching sessions. And we have to give respect to the founders that are here pitching. They've done a lot of work, and we need to provide support and love. So could you take your seats? Thank you, thank you. Okay. Can we get seated now? Thank you. You're all invited to come down and join us. Thank you. Okay. Right. So is Sunny here? He's here. Okay. All right, thank you. So we're going to get started now. Today's, for me, the most interesting part of the week. I'm Philip Waits. I'm the president of the Swiss FinTech Association. We've been in partnership with this event in Davos since 2019, so this is the 7th year. And a lot's changed in those 7 years. Back in 2019, the event was sponsored by the World Innovation Economics. Now it's Quantify. It's the same people, but they had to change because of letters from the lawyers of the World Economic Forum who said, you have 2 of our words in your name, and we encourage you to choose something more creative. So they did. I, at that time, was the president of the Swiss Finance and Technology Association. Now I'm the co-president of the Swiss FinTech Association. We merged last year with a competitor. So you see there's changes. It was a one-day event back in 2019. Now it's 5 days. And the most important day is today. And we have a lot of startups that are pitching. So I'm going to cut my presentation short because I want to get Sami up here. Sami is the founder, Sami Harper, of Largo AI. And Sami, you have 8 minutes, and we're going to have a clock that's counting down. That span down. We got 10 minutes. Okay, so I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So welcome everybody. As Largo, we provide AI prediction tools for the content. We predict if a content will be successful or not before they are produced. A content can be a movie, TV series, or an advertisement. So here is the market opportunity that we are tackling. There's a big content inflation. Actually, we are just at the start of that content inflation. There are 2 main reasons for that. Firstly, distribution channels. It became easier to distribute content through first streaming platforms for movie and TV series, and then social platforms like YouTube, Instagram, many other platforms. So it became easier to spread the content to the audience. Second part is generative AI. The cost of creating content, it starts to become cheaper, and it will become cheaper and cheaper as we go forward. So that creates a content inflation. So content is increasing, but the population is not increasing at the same speed. That makes it difficult to find the right audience for the right content, even more difficult. So our solution is using simulated focus group to find the right content for right audience. So there are traditional methods to predict success of a content. For example, for movie, TV series, or even an advertisement, you can use focus group testing. You bring a group of people, you show the content, and you try to predict if it will work with the large audience or not. But that's very costly and also a very slow process. What we do, we create digital twins of real people. We create digital populations, and we show a new idea for a content, a project to these digital populations and get the insights rapidly in a few minutes. And we tell our digital twins do not get angry, they do not get hungry. So that's also one problem for traditional content testing. Yeah, if you do just with a sample group of people, a surveying or like a focus group testing, you are relying of the capabilities of the moderator over there, but also like the state of the people at that moment. If they are just angry that day, you might be misled for like a $100 million movie project, for example. So here we remove also that part, so that we are modeling the behavior of each individual, but also we remove some of like a humanly problems, like their momentarily mood that might impact their results, or they might be they might be cheating on a survey just to get their money. They just feel quickly. There's control questions for that, but still, yeah, you might be missing real answers. And this is a SaaS platform, so we provide on a self-service system. We work with producers, brands, studios, agencies. Once they have a new project, they simply add the idea. It might be the input might be a brief, a script, a storyboard, or later stages, even like a video version of the content. They select the audience and they ask any question they want to ask to the audience to get responses. And you can select the population they want, you want, and so the population might be specific to the country, demographics, income group, or even you can create micro audiences. You can tell, I want to test this with woman living in California who likes to do yoga. And the system finds the profiles that are fitting to that description, digital populations, and then you get the answers to questions. So here are some examples. You can put like a typical quantitative questions, like how much they like the content, and how much. So we have these bankability tests. If they had money, they would invest in this project or not. That shows like their validation if they believe other people will believe in this idea or not. Then qualitative part, you can ask any question. For films, this is very interesting because, I mean, you don't only understand if your content will work or not, but you can also see how you can improve it. You can ask the question, how do you like the end of the story? Or how do you like my main character? With this feedback, it allows iterative process for the creative side. So they often update the content and retest to see what resonates better with the audience. We have also this AI idea benchmarking that works well specifically for short content like advertisement. So once you input your own content, the system also creates variations of this original idea and it benchmarks. And this way sometimes you see if you change a bit of the angle of your approach, you might get much better results. So the AI gives actually some directions on how to improve the original idea. So we are already in the market more than 5 years, so we can validate the impact that we have created. In film side, especially for independent producers, we see that we are tripling the chance to go to production. For a film, it's very difficult to find money. And for that, you need to convince the financiers or subsidiaries to put money in the project. The producers working with us, they are having like a 3 times more frequency of producing the content. Audience success increases significantly. We measure like 80% accuracy to find the content that is working with audience, and also overall the speed. Because as I mentioned at the start, traditional methods are very slow and much less accurate. Here you see some numbers. So we have like also a lot of past data analyzed. We have like more than 200,000 advertisements and more than 400,000 movie TV series that have been analyzed. That becomes also an input to our system. Talents, we analyze also costs because we propose like which actor will fit better to the characters, like more than 1.8 million. Talents analyzed, we have over 1.2 million simulated population, and that's dynamically increasing. And as we see the type of micro audiences requested by our clients. If we don't have enough representation, system creates more of populations in that segment. And so we work already with many large entertainment companies like Disney, Sony, Netflix, Apple, Amazon, so more than 400 companies in 20 countries. So we are at the growth stage that our technologies have been validated with many big films, big advertisement projects. But still, yeah, there is a lot of room for us to grow now that we want to open the technology to many more brands, especially for advertisement side agencies, and then expand in other markets as well. So far we mostly work in North America and Europe, but we want to open it more to Latin America and Asian markets as well. And I guess that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sammy. Does anybody have any questions for Sammy on Largo AI? Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. On the business model, how do you get the customer and what is the relationship then on like the business model? You probably said a little bit, but...
Yeah, sure. We only work on subscription model, not project-based. So in general, yeah, we have like these yearly subscription offers to the brands, yeah.
Like specific? Like what is the subscription model?
Okay, we have like 3 different packages, like a yearly subscription prices, so that they have quotas on how many projects they can analyze during the period, yeah.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. Applause. Thank you very much. You know this whole process of the pitching, that there's people sitting in the audience who are part of our jury. They're investors. And there is an awards program later today where the winners will be announced, and they're keeping track of all of the presentations and asking questions, and it's a great process. So next up we have Shane Finley, founder and CEO of Tvillingbot. I hand over to you.
Thanks so much for having me here today. I don't have a presentation because I'm going to be all old school, and that's part of this pitch here. This is what I have notes here for. But all this talk about fakes and everything, and here I am to talk about how I made a twin of myself. So please don't judge me so badly on that. But I want to walk you through that process there and take you on that journey of how this all happened. But first of all, let's talk about the problem that I wanted to solve in the market. I'll say it succinctly and then we'll move from there. Basically, I'm offering a business case builder that's based on AI, and it's there to help companies optimize their performance, but also to have a trusted output, and we'll get to why that's important. But a little bit of background of the story about how this all happened. So for decades, I built business cases for big companies like SAP and Oracle, and the methodology and approach that I took was really successful. And I built over the years a lot of content, a lot of intellectual property that made sense. So when we go to build a business case, we go through a certain methodology that lends itself to a successful business case. Just to give you an idea, the last largest case I worked on was for 138 million in solution for one of the world's largest banks. And I had to present this one pager to the CFO of this bank for a financial solution, and it worked. So that just gives you an idea of how the methodology works. So mainly, my business cases worked for the technology solutions, but let me walk you through the 4 different pillars that underpin the solution and why this is defensible in terms of the business case builder, because there's lots of them out there. This is why mine's different and no one can replicate it, because you can't replicate me. So, first of all, there's this big decision tree that I built. There's 800 areas in it, and it all trickles down from the top line of making money, saving money, and reducing risk. Now, you want to put that in financial language, you say cost of goods sold, sales, goods, and administration, etc. But as you flow down on a certain tree, you get to the particular area where you want to turn your dial on your company, you want to improve it. And so that little dial has to be something you're going to change what you do or do what you do better. But it has to roll up into that narrative so that someone immediately, first sentence, understands that we are going to improve revenue through cross-sell, upsell, and we're going to change our marketing strategy. Now, the second pillar of that is, great, you've picked the dial that you want to turn in your organization. What are the best practices there? So I've collected all of those for every industry, every line of business, and I've deployed that globally. So I've stress tested those to capture the levels 1 through 5 of what the best practices are, so that you can look at it honestly and say, well, I'm at a 1 there, and I want to be at a 5. And so there's a big gap that I want to, jump. In a bigger business case, there's going to be a lot of those best practices, so then you start to see that there's different gaps that you want to fill, and there's different jumps that you want to take, and you got to make a decision on those. Third thing is, what are the actual KPIs that are associated with these best practices? So I need to be able to calculate where I'm at today and what the improvement range is going to be, right? So that's the important aspect. And then lastly, you have to look at the business processes themselves. And I've managed to, over the years, and thankfully working for SAP, been able to calculate sort of what the generic business practices processes are. So that's the solution, because all of that intellectual property is what underpins this solution, which is just an AI platform, super simple, looks like ChatGPT because it's based on that. And all you're going to do is go in there and say, I need a business case. What it does is it guides you through just like I would. So you say, any business case, it's great. You want to improve your revenue, and it takes you through everything I've just described. And then outputs a standard business case that is going to be repeatable. Now, the reason that this is important is because when you just go to ChatGPT now and ask for a business case, and hopefully you're not doing that in the public realm, right? Because mine's private. You can't go onto the public anything and dump in your trade secrets and your financial information, all that, because that's risky. We're talking about governance here, right? So that's important. So it guides you through all of that, and it's just a simple playground, but it's based off of this intellectual property that I've developed that is proven and stress tested, and it works. So the innovation element here is that because it's so light and because it's just based on ChatGPT and it guides you through, it can just fit into your infrastructure. I'm not looking to build out a big tool because there's lots of business case builders out there. This one's just easy to slip into your procurement solution or your business planning solution. And what it allows a company to do is standardize the way they do business cases. Because otherwise you get, like, there's a big spectrum of what a business case can be, right? So it's important. How this all started was I was building this out for Oracle. They hired me to twin myself and bring on, so we brought on a big team. And we started doing that, and then Larry comes down from his hill and said, thou shalt not use any AI. Because we're at that point in history, right, where they're like, we're going to be careful about who we partner with. So they killed the project, and we were only like 6 months in. And then there was like a redundancy program, so I thought, well, I'll take that. And at the same time, my wife got a job to head up AI for Volvo Cars in Sweden, so that's where we went off to. In that process of leaving, one of the people I went to church with a lot, Noor, took me aside for lunch, and she said, I want to know more about what you were building at Oracle. And I talked to her about it. Now, she heads up AI for Microsoft for Europe. So we talked about it, and she said, let me build this for you. So we took a weekend off, and we sat down, and we fine-tuned this thing against all the knowledge that I had. So I've got her as my team member, which is important because she helps me keep up to speed on what's happening in AI from her perspective on that. Let's talk a little bit about the competition that's out there. We've got ecosystems, Decision Link. Let's see, there's about 10 of them that do business case stuff. The problem is that none of them guide you through. They just tell you to put your information in. But what you need is guidance. You need a trusted advisor, a subject matter expert. And that's what this thing is. They all just ask you to dump in your information, and then you have to figure out what the case actually is and how it is actually going to impact the organization. In terms of our revenue models, there's a couple of things here. First of all, my intellectual property is for sale. If someone wants to buy this whole platform, I'm for sale. And that's what we're building at Oracle, so I think the product there itself is for sale. In the meantime, I have about 10 customers now, and hopefully another one. We've just signed a big contract for a revenue split for a company that's doing 2.6 million a year, so it's not bad. And we'll see how that goes. The competition, though, was built pre-AI, right? So they're kind of struggling to get back to how do we get AI into our platform. What's good about starting from where I did is that you can ingest information but also do searches, and really makes it a lot more flexible that way. So that's it. In terms of the projections, last year we did 130,000 SEK, so modest, but we're growing, and like I said, we just had a new contract signed up, so that's exciting. And the trajectory of this, though, is that wanted to prove out that you can take a subject matter expert, twin that expertise, and then make it on a private server so that you can have that exchange with that expert. So hiring me personally is really expensive, but if you just use my twin, you can build out your case there. And maybe I can come in and check in. That's usually what ends up happening is they can you just double check this because we're still at a trust place. We're at time, sorry. And that's last three. The challenges are I got to operationalize how to bring a bunch of different business cases in an organization together to not double count KPIs. So, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Shane. Perfect. Any questions? No? Okay. No? We've got one question here. Okay.
Shane, thanks for your presentation. I was just wondering, you talked about the fact that other people are doing things where you just basically put in over the internet. Are you using like a small language model which you push out to your various customers, or how are you maintaining the privacy that you talked about?
So it's pretty simple, and you all do this right now with ChatGPT with Microsoft, right? You just put your own instance of it. It's the whole thing on a private server, and it becomes immutable, so nothing gets out, right? So yeah, we can talk more technically if my CTO was here, but basically it's sitting on a private server, and where you put that server matters. Ours is in Sweden. Also, the UK is a great place to put it as well.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you. Okay, next up we got Lila Delarive, and she's the co-founder of Hoopit. Thank you.
I'm just going to start there. So, hello everyone. The investors who are using Hoopit call it the fourth wall of search. So if you want to search on Google, it's about the what. If you want to search on ChatGPT or LLMs, it's about the how. But if you want a search about who, you will go and search on Hoopit. And ultimately, what we want to achieve is to allow exchange of knowledge totally frictionless. So let's dive deeper. We don't have the sound.
Inside organizations, the most valuable knowledge remains trapped in people and relationships and disconnected networks. What if expertise, trust, and human context were discoverable exactly when you needed them? Meet Hoopit, the right knowledge and the right people in one search. Just describe what you need and run a hoop. Hoopit searches across your connected tools: email, calendar, contacts, systems like CRMs, surfacing the most relevant people, ranked by relationship strength and trust. Each result includes the context that matters, why them, what they know, and how you're connected. Hoopit doesn't automate your judgment, it amplifies it. Every interaction teaches the system what relevance means to you. A personal and private AI compass, Hoopit creates a model of your judgment that guides every workflow to what matters most. Inside an organization, something powerful happens. As individuals learn, the collective knowledge graph grows without exposing personal data. This is bigger than better search. It's the fourth wall of search. Hoopit brings the who, the OS for human intelligence.
So, someone in this room is important, but who is it? And the whole Hoopit project started by doing research on advertisement. We wanted to build a self-learning, self-generating advertisement model to help find the best audience, the most targeted audience. And then, while doing this research, it's an InnoSwiss project, backed by InnoSwiss. We're working with EPFL and ICOSIS. We found out that this technology could help a broader, a more important scope, which is knowledge sharing. And therefore, we have expanded the scope of our research, and right now we're focusing on this bi-directional communication tool that helps to tackle this huge problem. Knowledge loss is only in the US $1 trillion the value of what it costs to companies. So it's a major problem. Our early investors and users, our early adopters, they qualify Hoopit as a toothbrush company. Dr. Ashby Monk, who just had a podcast, Capital Allocator, mentioned that he uses every day, several times a day, Hoopit, which is a great sign about stickiness for our go-to-market. We're about to launch the product in a month from now. We are based in Switzerland and in the US, so by design, the company, we have merged two companies. The main company is based in the US. You can see my two co-founders, Christina Mays-Turner and John Vida, who are former Apple executives. Christina was leading the business affairs at Apple, and John Vida was leading the enterprise design lab. Myself, I have a legal background, and it's been 10 years I'm in the tech industry, building Amplify, the ad tech company who is developing this self-learning model. And then we have a bunch of great data scientists and engineers based in Europe. So we are ready for a launch pad in the US, but the R&D and all the technologies is being based here in Switzerland, and we are ready to tackle conquer the US markets. I wanted just to add a few words because I can see I have still some time. Yes? Yes, so I guess you want to know about the pricing strategy. It's a subscription base. The early adopters are paying $250 per month to use the platform. And then the flywheel growth will be going to organizations where you need to map out who is who in the organization and then allow really those knowledge sharing. So it's going to be pricing per org that's going to go up to $1,000, which is what is the pricing we have in the industry, other tools, and we're going to focus on investors to start, as I said, as early adopters. And Happenstance, for instance, is one competitor. But the difference with what we're doing right now is that we work on this knowledge mapping and creating your individual network intelligence, fully personalized, fully secured. So that's how we differentiate from these other tools that exist on the market. If you want to use and test Hoopit, please go on hoopit.ai, where you can register, and we'll be more than happy to let you in and try and test our tool by yourself. Thank you very much. My name is Leila Delarive, and I'm happy to answer any question you could have.
Lola, that's also very interesting. Are you looking for funding?
Oh, yes, I forgot to say the most important part. So we are closing our pre-seed round of 2.5 at the end of the month, and then we're heading to our seed round. You know that the space is very competitive, so we need to go fast and to be the first. But the good thing is that among our investors, the first fund that invested in us, KDX, is following on this round. So yes, if anyone wants to join, you're welcome to contact me.
And you've not contacted SIGTIC, I guess?
Well, I might. We have a SIGTIC investor on board. I will tell you which one he is later.
Yes, please do.
Thank you for the pitch. It's on? Yes. So you say you have B2C and B2B both as a customer target group?
No, so we're really targeting for the B2B sector, and so VC funds and organization to start. But naturally, also in the flywheel growth is that we see individual user who can take a subscription. But this is not the go-to-market strategy. It's really to focus on larger organizations.
Okay, so the $250 per month is per organization, one seat, basically.
Yes, and then when it goes to larger organization, then we go to the second tier.
Yeah. So what would you say is the main benefit of a VC using that? Is it scouting, or is it like, what is, if you would be a VC and using that, what is the...
So the real case that we have, as I told you, Ashby Monk, that is using it every day, it's about finding maybe some resources for the companies in which you have invested, a board member, or you want a deal where you're not very familiar with the business in which you're going to invest, then finding the expert or someone who had already invested in that area, or co-investment. He wrote a lot of articles on co-investment. He's a professor at Stanford, and that was the main case where that he could see the benefit of Hoopit.
Thank you very much, Leila. Perfect. It sounds like you created Wikipedia. Yeah. Thank you. So next up we have Jan Chamoki, who is the representative for Elastics, AI Agents for Trading, and a member of the Swiss FinTech Association. So welcome.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. How much time do I have? So I just put myself...
8 minutes.
Okay, cool. Perfect. I'll just wait for my presentation.
No, it's actually the mouse is not working with it. Showing it. Yeah, do you know? I'll try now. No, actually the mouse is not sticking. It's stuck. It's hung. Direct. Oh, nice try. Yeah, it's not
Excuse me.
It's not responding actually. Yeah, it came. It came from.
This is a PDF. It's Control L, Control L. PDFs are different. You go to, menus, open, view, full screen. It's Control L. So Control L. Just click on the full screen. No, but I just want to get in the habit of doing that.
Okay, do I... How, okay, this way. Oh.
Check everything.
Okay, can I go back?
Okay, this is back.
Is that the right one?
It's not working. Hello? Is it fine?
Okay, it's good.
Okay.
Oh, we're good. Okay, let's go. No problem. Hello everyone, a great pleasure to be here with you today in Davos. My name is Jan Czarnocki and I'm representing Elastics. I'm a member of the funding team and we are building the trading infrastructure for the next age, let's call it. We say it's AI agents for trading. We closed our pre-seed round last month and now we are building our MVP and going slowly to the market. So let me start from the vision that we have. Too fast. So basically the problem we are having, our thesis is that the future of trading is quantitative. Even if you're basically the world of trading can be divided between those that are using systematic strategies, a lot of maths, a lot of automations, and those who are doing discretionary trading. Our thesis is that quant approach is increasingly what will be driving alpha capture and revenue ultimately. And even the discretionary traders will need to use more and more of quantitative methods, even if that's not finishing up in the per se quantitative trading. So we want to build an AI trading terminal and infrastructure which unifies data and the whole orchestration layer that lets you to have quant assistant literally in your own pocket. So right now the problem we are having is that we have this very competitive hedge funds like Jane Street, Renaissance, you name it. They basically monopolize and suck up all the talent from the market. They pay these guys a lot of money. They build their own infrastructure. They have a lot of data, money and talent. And that's why that's how they get an edge. We want to democratize this technology and provide it as a kind of software as a service to everyone. And given our vision, experience and knowledge and also what AI is capable of, it's possible. But we want to build the whole operating system around this. Yeah. Okay, we good. So we'll want to have the whole platform that unifies the data layer, portfolio management, strategy, and also want to let you build your own agents that will be executing your strategies, but in a deterministic way. That's why we're building operating system where AI is kind of an assistant and a layer, but not the executor of the strategy per se. Just want to look at my time. Okay. But this is a very big vision, and to realize it, we need to start slowly, and we cannot just go to the whole market. We need to focus on one market. And we are focusing on prediction markets. So this is a big new thing, and our thesis is that prediction markets will be the future of finance. Some of you may have heard about Kalshi and Polymarket, when you can buy event contracts. So you can say, okay, this will happen or that won't happen, and you can basically trade on your knowledge and insight. So our MVP basically, which we'll be releasing in the next few weeks, is trading terminal for prediction markets, where we integrated two biggest prediction markets, that is Kalshi and Polymarket, and we let you check your portfolio, discover market, and execute trades. And the next step is to add their AI layer and to integrate more venues, crypto venues, and all other exchanges, and then to expand into new asset classes. So you can basically from one place trade all the market, but starting right now with the prediction markets, which are growing exponentially. Last year, 10 times in terms of volume. Just to mention one thing, Polymarket was recently invested by the owner of the New York Stock Exchange, and Kalshi was invested by Sequoia, both at valuation of around $10 billion. So we hear a lot about AI, but prediction markets are the next, like where crypto was at 2017 and 18. So that's what we are building right now. This is our MVP. And again, maybe to focus on this, maybe to give you an broader on the understanding of what opportunity is there for prediction markets and how we approach this thing. So our MVP is for retail traders. We call it sophisticated retail traders. So guys who are trading on prediction markets, but they are serious about this. They may be working for some institutions, but they are doing it on their own behalf. And then we go for hedge funds, crypto hedge funds, and we want to help institutions adopt prediction markets. So and the case is very simple, basically. Although there's not enough volumes and liquidity for institutional case at the moment, we believe that in 2027, 2028, there will be. So this is a time for institutions to start to tinker and learn about prediction markets. And you can think, okay, but what's going on there for institutions? And that's very simple. Instead of having like whole hedging architecture and infrastructure and strategies, like, okay, what Trump will say, I'll buy a bit of this commodity, a bit of that, so I have this strategy, I need to manage all the volatility and risk. That's very complex, that's very expensive, I need to hire a lot of guys. You simply buy a contract for what's happening, and that's much cheaper and much simpler. And once prediction markets will have enough volume, you'll be able to just hedge in a much simpler way. So this is a huge, huge opportunity for institutional world, but also it's a huge opportunity to broaden the access to financial system, like to make money on financial markets for everyone, because there'll be more and more markets for more and more stuff. And I bet all of you here have some hobby, know something about, and can have some insight and check whether they are right or wrong about something. And also a lot of people say, okay, it's a gambling on prediction markets, but it's not, because we provide information, basically. Valuable information to the economy in a hierarchical way, and the market is more efficient the better the information is aggregated. So that's the opportunity here, and that's why we are starting from prediction market and then going to crypto. What we are looking for right now, we closed our pre-seed round, $2 million. Now we are looking for design partners, for proof of concept partners. So how we want to work is that we want to give at an extreme discount our MVP, get as many institutional partners as possible to learn what actually they need at this institutional grade trading, so we can integrate their demands. So kind of we can subsidize these projects, but in this way we'll find the product market fit. So we'll have a simple MVP, we're going to the market and saying, look guys, just use us, we'll provide you some consultancy, soft landing on prediction markets, liquidity will be there soon, you can get an edge and just work with us and you get this competitive advantage. And that's what we are looking for in the next 6 months to look for product market fit. Why us? We have a stellar team. Guys after Goldman Sachs, New York University, University of Houston, myself as a first investor, also advisors from top hedge funds and crypto world, so we are very well positioned to success in this space. So that's it. Looking forward to your questions, and your prediction markets edge starts with us. Thank you very much.
So that was excellent, and actually the first pitch from one of our members. We will be having an event on commodities, and that's one of the space that you're in, so we'll keep in touch. Yes. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. So next up we have Jero, and I think the presenter is Max. So Max from Jero. Ah, here we are. You're next up.
It was scheduled for 1 o'clock, thank you. But I'll try. Do we have the... How to click it?
This is front, this is back.
Uh-huh.
Try it, you can try it.
It doesn't come back. Okay. Hi, everyone.
The time will be set here for 10 minutes.
Okay.
And yeah, we can have a look.
Yeah, okay. Hi everyone, my name is Maxim Holin. I'm co-founder of Giro. We are a drug discovery company. We are developing new therapies for ourselves and in partnering with the big pharmaceutical companies like Roche and Roche, Chugai, Pfizer. We used physics to model biology, and given that, we made several breakthroughs in understanding aging. We published several impactful papers on what we can do and what we cannot do with aging. We turned it into the technology to find new drugs, and in 10 minutes I will try to tell you what we learned about aging and what are our prospects. So this is one of the scariest graphs you can see in your life. This is our risks of dying. Actually, they double every 8 years. 2 times more risks every 8 years for us. We switched into the longevity field once we learned about this strange animal. This is naked mole rat. It lives 10 times longer than rodents of their size. But the most impressive thing that his risks of dying are not increasing. Like, what's happening here? This was the question. And nobody paid attention to it for decades. Even special definition, negligible senescence, evolved. Kind of, we don't see the signs of aging, but we cannot admit that this is non-aging. But a couple of guys from the small company, Google, decided to pay attention to that and made the 1.5 billion seed funding for special purpose company, California Life Company, headed by current chairman of Apple. Guy previously sold Genentech to Roche for $50 billion. So these guys acquired hordes of these naked mole rats and published 2 papers in 2018 and 2024, actually saying that aging is not the law of nature. We believe this is the most important finding in the current biology, and we're kind of happy that it's not our finding. It's more comfortable to live in the world when somebody else thinks the same. So now we understand that humanity was arrogant not to look around because many other creatures age very differently. Bowhead whale, Greenland shark, 1/3 of all bats, omars, lobsters, some turtles. So nature turned off aging in many different creatures in many different ways. And this is a very inspirational example for us. Maybe we should try to do it for ourselves. So aging drives all age-related diseases. It causes suffering and pain and death, but it's also the huge next business opportunity. Sam Altman predicted that company which will extend life for a couple of years will cost $100 billion. The predictions for anti-aging therapy is a couple hundred of billions per year. And Ozempic, what is happening now is Ozempic moment in our history. Pharma suddenly understood that if you target a single age-related condition and extend life for a couple of years, you can have $500 million in your capitalization. So big pharma stepped in, including us. We have deal with Pfizer, with Roche, and Pfizer as well. I will tell about it a little bit later. So it's huge business, and several other smart guys instantly realized that they were extremely good in predicting future. In the past, Jeff Bezos, Sam Altman, Coinbase founders, each of them funded their own startups in longevity. The X price for rejuvenation, $400 million, had been announced, and humanity started to suspect something, that something big is coming. So we had very weird idea to apply physics to model biology. Last year, this weird idea had been recognized by Nature as a new science, gerascience. We became founding fathers of the new science. So, what we learned about aging? When physicists are looking into the aging data, for them it's a question of stability or instability. if we fix damage quicker, then we accumulate damage, we are stable and live long. If we fix damage slower, and we amplify damage and we are unstable. So in these terms, naked mole are stable and mice, for example, are unstable. This is our second most downloaded paper in 2021. We made a discovery that we accumulate damage, and this damage translates into the increase of the recovery time. When we are young, we can go party and be okay the whole weekend, to be okay on Monday in the classes. It's not happening anymore when we going older. We need more time to recover. And when we reach 120 something, the recovery time becomes infinite, and we die from every first disease that we face. This is what limits us as a humanity now in our natural lifespan. But now we know what's happening, so we can try to intervene. We made several other impactful papers and rejuvenated mice. One single shot was okay to rejuvenate it systemically and extend life for 25%. But since we are physicists, we understand the limits of rejuvenation. The idea to rejuvenate totally is the idea to unboil the boiled fish. This is the level of complexity. We suggest to add ice into the water and keep fish alive. So physics allows us doing that, and nature shows us these examples that it's happening indeed. So we understood that under the brand of aging, there are at least 3 different types of aging. One is partially reversible. You start smoking, you stop smoking, and it can give 10, 15 years of extra lifespan. Our deal with Chugai, with Roche, is based on that, and the whole industry is there. This is to make people live up to 120 years without the diseases. It's a reduction of this noise. You saw that we need more and more time to recover. It looks like a plane that is shaken more and more and breaking apart in the end. Which side we jump means the name of the department in the hospital. So if we reduce this noise and we don't jump, we don't go for disease. We are healthy up to 120. We go here to humans via dogs, because dogs are cool. Everyone loves dogs, and they are also cool animal models for human health, for human aging. And also FDA allowed to sell anti-aging drugs for dogs immediately after you provide some background information why you believe it's possible to do, and it's safe, so they don't wait for efficacy trials. We are now moving here to dogs, and here it's like futuristic stuff. We found targets, what happened with these animals. Our mission is to stop aging in humans. This is like our ultimate mission. So, 2 kinds of aging, reversible and irreversible. Everyone goes here, we go here as well, but we go also for 2 different types of aging to provide extreme life extension for us. We got access to 100 million electronic medical records, built the AI plus physics model that we used to find new drugs for aging and age-related diseases. The same engine which provides us hardcore stuff for aging, we use for cool pharmaceutical collaborations. This is Roche Group. We got upfront, we got 250 million in milestones and royalties from the global sales. NASDAQ congratulated us with this deal. For us, it's next level of validation. This is what will happen to us. When we stop aging between 20 and 30 years old, our life expectancy far, far beyond 100 years. For older guys, we believe in partial rejuvenation for 10, 15 years and stopping aging after that. But waiting is not free because we accumulate irreversible damage. We becoming dumber, our functional activity goes down. So waiting is not for free. This is our team. We have guys from Pfizer, from other huge companies, top aging researchers. This is the end of the story. The fun conversation that we had with one of our investors who invested us without meeting us. He asked ChatGPT, I'm a wealthy guy, I want to live long. What should I do? And don't tell me about the healthy lifestyle. ChatGPT suggested to invest into the longevity companies, drug discovery companies, to get early access to the information and technology. So it's not just about venture profits. It's about something you cannot buy for money yet. So this is me. Join our fantastic journey. We raised up to the moment $34 million. We are open. We are preparing to announce next round in a couple of months. We are joining cool guys, cool funds to help us in our journey and to be cool team and make the history together. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions?
Hi, a very cool presentation. I have a question. You showed that wave, right? And you mentioned about the damage. So in the physics-based modeling, what are you exactly analyzing? Are you analyzing the resistance, friction, or viscosity, or how you define the damage? Yeah, this one.
Yeah. The thing is that we found that our body accumulates damage in every possible way. It's literally everything. Each cell has each unique signature of damage. We accumulate like garbage. We accumulate mutations. We accumulate scars. We can lose the teeth. Literally everything. And it was the scariest part of our journey once we realized that everything accumulates in transcriptomes, in proteomes. Damage accumulates linearly. It's random. It's happening randomly in every random part of the system. So everything, the reply is everything. We work with the UK Biobank with full genomes. We have several hundred thousands of transcriptomes, of proteomes, and we got the access to 100 million electronic medical records from the UK and the US, and we merge these data sets to understand what's happening. First step, we filter out irreversible aging. Pfizer taught us to do that because we understood why pharma fails with aging-related diseases in many cases, because they're trying to reverse irreversible. After that, we predict next 2 years of the health of the patient. What happens next as Google accomplishes your sentence when you write Gmail, we accomplish your medical record. We go there, finding the people who predicted to have, for example, fibrosis, as we did with Pfizer, and finding the people who still hadn't developed the fibrosis. After that, we go back to genomes and finding protective genetics which protect them from developing fibrosis when they had been doomed to have that. And our drugs mimics this protective phenotype for the rest of the population. This is our approach for drug discovery based on this system.
So is your medicine genetic based?
This is complicated question and very good actually, since there are at least 3 different types of aging and they demand different therapies. Some of them are small molecules, some of them are mRNAs, vaccines, which are producing the specific antibodies in our body, and we expect to have some of them to be gene therapies.
Thank you.
Brilliant presentation. I'm a biologist, so I will still rank it as a very medical biosciences project. I think what you're modeling is kind of also has a retrogressive approach, reverse translation medicine approach, where we see, for example, for COVID medicine, the most prospective ones were the ones where people identified antibodies from existing COVID patients, and then, high throughput expansion of those as vaccines. Do you think what you are proposing here are the medicines that you're looking at more than just longevity? If you go back and look at all those models that are actually important for longevity, and all the existing medicines that were maybe for cancer longevity suppressant, that could work for, say, starting point early, before 50 or 40, as something that you could take. Like, I think Ozempic will become more regular in the future, or the same kind of drugs will become more regular. Maybe this is like an indication that you can really, this would be, I think, a very sustainable model for a lot of companies.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, also the politically correct way to think about us is like ultimate preventative medicine. We really want to intervene between when people are young and healthy, when they are on the peak on their form of performance, and the risks of the diseases are the lowest. We have some issues here. For example, aging is not recognized as a disease yet, and we clearly separate diseases from aging. And we as a humanity had been already in this situation when couple of decades there were debates, should we recognize obesity as a disease? There were like strong opinions, why should we? Like, this is their life choice. And now when it's recognized, we have Ozempic, we have $50 billion in revenues, and like hundreds of millions lives saved by that. So we have some bureaucratic issues with that, but the direct answer is, this is our dream, to have this as a preventative medicine and not let people to disintegrate, to become unstable, to catch them before any first disease came, because otherwise we are fighting like hundreds of age-related conditions, which is not sustainable.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, we're already taking a lot of time. Since we have, our schedule is running slightly slow. We are not taking break anymore, but you're more than welcome to grab a cup of coffee at the back. We are continuing with the pitches, if you don't mind, but I'm going to give you a break around at 12 p.m. for lunch together. So hope that's okay with you all. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Max. That's amazing.
Thank you.
12 to 1:30. Okay, I would love to invite our next keynote speaker, Rajeev Yativ from Classic. He is Chief Revenue Officer, and he would like to talk about his products on quantum computing. Quite interesting one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so me standing between you and the break improved my chances for concentration, I'm sure. Hey, so I'll try and keep this lively. So first, stop me during the presentation if you have questions. Second, I'll keep the AI part to the end. So at the end of the presentation, I will show you how we integrated AI into Classic. But first, I'll sing a song. Yeah, maybe that will stop the talking on the other room. Yeah, no worries, no worries. So first I'll introduce myself. My name is Regev. Everyone forgets that name, so everyone calls me Reggie. I'm Chief Revenue Officer for Classic. We are a global provider of quantum software. So you've heard a lot about quantum hardware. There have been many manufacturers here of quantum hardware. We integrate with everyone, so we haven't taken any position on what hardware will be the winner. On the contrary, we are telling you that you can use Classic to make your own choices in terms of like, take your use case, benchmark it against all types of hardware. And once my presentation will be up, then I'll show you a few of those options. We are a global company. $200 million was raised so far. We're post round C. It's not possible to speak. No, it's not possible to speak with the noise on the other room. So we are post-round C company, not seed, not pre-seed. But I have full sympathy for the previous speakers that are in fundraising. It's not a simple course. And so 100 employees, of them, I guess, 25 PhDs in quantum physics and quantum development and all of that jazz. I'm basically saying my entire presentation without it, but I will try. No, yes. So I suggested songs, but then people ran away, you know. What? You suggested to sing. Yeah, that's why I'm saying people ran away, because I said that. I will just say one thing, and then I won't repeat that thing later, I hope. We are a global player in that space, and what we're seeing, connecting to some of the things you heard from other players in the market 2 days ago here in the panel, in the quantum panel, we are seriously seeing how the end of this experimental stage has arrived. People are switching gears from let's try quantum algorithms for the science or for the lab or for research, pure research, or just let's develop something and then put a paper out so our name will be known. So there's still that, and that helps, of course, promote science. But many enterprises and governments are now switching gears into how we implement quantum in real cases, in real industry cases, both in several domains you've heard. The last speaker was speaking about drug discovery. So we have a lot of those use cases where you could see pharmaceutical companies using quantum algorithms to analyze their process or analyze materials. There's a lot of use cases that are dealing with basically using quantum for chemistry or for material analysis. And you could also see dreams coming true, people discovering new materials, people able to separate using calculations, using to create brand new things. So we're seeing the industry getting to the end of the quantum, being quantum confused, like what are we going to do with it, into getting quantum, becoming quantum enthusiasts. Now, that is even before we're talking about the actual quantum hardware, right? Because some of those use cases, they have no way knowing what is going to be the right machine they are going to require, right? So all of that is a backdrop to what I'm about to speak about, which is the evolution in the quantum software. So Classic is a quantum algorithm development platform. It is the only one that I know of that provides 0 to 100, the entire development cycle. I think what's unique about Classic is 3 things, which I heard from someone just saying it better than me. 1, hardware agnostic. Basically, everything you develop today, you take an algorithm, you develop it, you finish your project, you have a set of code. You don't want this to be destroyed tomorrow. Or if you switch a machine, so for example, you started on IonQ, you switch to IBM, or you started IBM, you switch to QEra, whatever machine you choose, your code will still be running, right? Second, it is not open source, and there are many open source projects out there, but governments and enterprises in many ways cannot rely on tools that are not SOC 2, that are not compliant, that don't have GDPR compliance to them, simply for the risk of being exposed in many, many ways. And I guess you guys understand that. There's no need to talk about that. And the third, which is the most amazing for me and why I joined Classic, is this is the most abstracted software I've ever seen. So it's basically taking something as complex as a quantum related computational challenge. You can express that challenge directly to the platform, almost like speak to it, right? The platform will take that challenge, convert it directly to circuits. So you don't have to spend all that time on gate level coding, which is tricky. If you're a Python developer and you want to switch to quantum development, it's a bit of a journey. With Classic, that journey becomes 2-3 months, and you can actually present results to your boss or to your company or to yourself, right? Using that expressive, that abstraction that we have in the software tool itself. And lately, we've also added another layer to that abstraction, which is AI. So basically, we've embedded an AI model inside the platform. So now it's even easier to express the computational challenge to the platform because AI helps you to convert the challenge itself into something the platform understands. And AI is a really good tool. It's not the means to, it's not the end, it's the means for you to be able to develop quantum algorithms even faster. Now, in terms of use cases, we've seen those use cases across many industries, from defense to, I mentioned science, to aerospace, to anything you can think of that has banks and financial institutions, one of our first customers and investors. For example, HSBC, Intesa Sao Paulo, they are both our customers and investors in the company. They've been one of the pioneers to basically do quantum work. DBS, all of those banks, why do they do all this work? Is because they understand that quantum readiness means being able to solve real challenges in real software, because without the software, the machine, very, very big, expensive, shiny object, right? They could shine, but expensive, shiny object, right? They could shine, but if they can't deliver any value, then we have a big problem, right? So we always laugh about it that, you know, there used to be like, maybe laugh about it that, you know, there used to be like, maybe some of you too young for that, but in my age group, no one gets fired for buying an IBM, right? You remember that? So that's not the case anymore. So one of the basically the things that are delaying progression in quantum is the fact that you are not able to do this yet on a quantum fault tolerant, all that jazz. You all know that. I think one of the ways to bypass this is by completing software projects. Most of our customers, how simple the process is. Time to dwell, very colorful, very inviting for people to use. I was trying to show you also how that connects to AI. We've done a lot of work with Anthropic to embed this into the platform. So right now it's fully operational, fully deployed, used by customers already. Questions? I'll stop here because I've taken too much time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, look, there's two elements of this, PQC and QKD. So it's basically when you think about, there's many companies trying, there've been many techniques released already to the market to tackle the risks, the cyber risks, which quantum represents. And that's the PQC launched by NIST, you know. And then there's this whole research part that deals with how do you develop the quantum assets to deal with this. The discussion is broad, but I do feel like with quantum software, you can, eventually you'll be able to do things, you know, that are good, and it is possible that some of this will be impacted. But I think that's why we have countries and regulators and institutions that are working together to regulate quantum. And it's not quantum software by itself, quantum machines and their power represent huge opportunities, but of course, with every opportunity, you have challenges. With AI, you have the same problem. You know, if this would work, you would see my photo with Trump 5 minutes ago that my team created. I got stuck 45 minutes today with the passport control on the road because Trump's coming. So I took a photo with Trump, and my team created that in 3 minutes, and that's it. AI represents the same amount of risks, so you know, technology has to be managed properly. Let's put it that way.
All right.
More questions?
Thank you so much. Sorry, sorry, Rajab. Conscious of time.
Yep.
But anybody want quick question, but not more than 30 seconds. Okay.
Thank you so much for improvising. Very good and refreshing still.
I almost danced.
Use cases, I mean, I'm not looking at use cases per se, but like commercial use case with value. Do you think it's finance, life science, like, do you look more at disruptive use cases, more in incremental, like making something existing better and smarter?
Yes, I think that's an excellent question. So the value impact that we see, for example, we had a lot of speak about finance. So it's basically, for example, normalizing trading algorithms, understanding fraud, or fraud de-risking, or trying to fight fraud. This guy mentioned cyber. We already have use cases that are showing that. Manufacturing processes where you can basically calculate different aspects of the manufacturing process, improve them, and then right away you have a different process. And maybe, but the groundbreaking, in my opinion, the number one will be, first of all, the most intuitive optimization. So a huge amount of use cases where you can take a mathematical, computational challenge that takes 5 billion years to calculate, and the quantum machine will be able to do it in 10 minutes. And those optimization use cases are what we're seeing every single day. Every single day. They bring immediate value.
Thank you so much. That's an amazing presentation from Rajab from Classic. So,
thank you, guys.
yeah.
Sorry for the technical.
Yeah, the technical glitch. I'm extremely sorry for that, but it all went well. Move on to the next one. I would like to introduce Luke. So our next startup is Luke Holzak and Dominic Georgi from Customer Metrics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us. I hope you're not starving yet, so we keep it short. All right, thank you. Yes, we are thrilled to be here and present our software as a service platform to measure customer centricity. Do you have to click myself? Oh, you have the clicker. Yeah, you give it to me. All right, good. Where do we come from? Actually, a lot of companies, especially in mature industries, come from a very product-centered mindset. So perfectionalize their products and work on it and really make it as great as possible. But as the world changes, a lot of companies have missed or do not really put the customer in the center. So they forget to put the needs and all the wishes of the customer in the center of their whole attention. So what will happen, or we saw already, or we see in the automotive industry, for example, we have very good products which are highly engineered and very professionalized, but they forget a bit the interface to the client and the customer, so they don't put the customer into the development phase already of the product.
So what will happen, and what already happened a lot, is these companies will be challenged or even disrupted by companies who are able to put the customer into the center. This is also the reason why a lot of large consulting industries have focused or are focusing on customer centricity since 5 to 10 years. So McKinsey's and Accenture's and everyone, they have that on their portfolio since these years. But what is missing is really a strategic insight and how to measure customer centricity of a company and give insights also in the company how to improve these.
Exactly, and when we started, we realized that many companies use KPIs that measuring symptoms like customer satisfaction, customer experience. So that is backwards oriented, that's very operational. They do some fixing when there occurs some problems occur in their customer experience. And when we started, our sparrings partner like Swisscom, for example, they told us we are measuring KPIs like customer satisfaction, like CX, like NPS since several years, but we fail to develop our organizational capability to have successful customer relationships further. And that was the starting point when we developed Custopia, our platform today, with 2 core scores which measure customer centricity from 2 perspectives, from the internal perspective and from the customer perspective. From the internal perspective, we survey employees who judge the customer centricity of their company, and the employees are those who can do that best because they know what are the processes, what is the culture, what's the commitment of the management, for example. And we use that, what we call a customer centricity score, to learn about what's happening internally. And on the other hand, we use customer impact score from the customer side, where customers are evaluating the customer centricity of a firm. And that's quite different to customer satisfaction, for example, which says more, well, that touch point is nice, or the shop is good, or the products are okay. But customer impact score measures what's behind that. Customers feel whether a company is thinking about customer needs and trying to solve customer problems. And based on this, Custopia is delivering values regarding customer centricity for companies. And today we are in process to develop these further, for example, based on AI. For example, we use LLMs to analyze open remarks by customers in order to understand, and employees to understand deeper what are the reasons why companies are not customer-centric. We are also developing a recommender system for companies because we collected a lot of potential measures that companies can apply in order to develop their customer centricity further. So we use these experiences, these database of measures in order to develop a recommender system for companies. And Custopia helps and supports and facilitates a change process. It's not only a measurement, but it starts with this measurement. It helps companies to learn about what are the causes that they have no successful customer relationships. They help to improve their customer centricity by developing measures to improve customer centricity. And Custopia delivers a monitoring suite where the project teams in companies can monitor their change process towards more customer centricity. And one success story of our customers is, for example, Targo Bank. It's a German retail bank, part of the French retail bank Crédit Mutuel. And they started like 20 years ago. They were disappointed with their customer satisfaction rates as outcome variables. And they started with a lot of fixing. They developed customer experience measurement at 85 touch points. And that helped a little bit, but they realized we need a more strategic view. And today's CEO put customer centricity at the forefront of their strategy. So that's that sounds straightforward, but we observe many companies who don't do that, and their CEO, she said, we want at the first place, we want to think of the customer and their needs. And they started in a pilot project in 2020 with measuring customer centricity score, and from 2023 on, they rolled it out in the whole corporation. And meanwhile, they are in 24 and 25, they are #1 retail bank in Germany regarding customer satisfaction as an outcome, as a result of being more customer-centric.
Okay, talking about business, actually we have at the moment about 12 corporates who use our platform, and we earn our money by actually the subscription, so subscription models, but also customizing services of dashboards, integrating all other KPIs into the dashboards, and then also consulting services, which at the moment makes quite a big part of our revenue. But we are open to cooperate with consulting partners who can use our platform, and they do their consulting services themselves. At the moment, our track record, especially in Switzerland, like large companies as SBB, Post, also CSS and Suva, who uses our metrics, in Germany, Targobank, and at the moment, I cannot disclose the name, but we are working at the moment quite heavily for a company in Saudi Arabia who is starting a large customer centricity project. Talking about competitive landscape, we are focusing on strategic insights. We are not just a platform who measures, we measure and we give insights how to become better. So this is the difference between the classic experience platforms. This is where we are, and actually what started the Q&A session. We are at the moment raising capital, so feel free to reach out to us. At the moment we have a clean cap table and no investors on board.
Great. Thank you so much for the Customer Metrics team. Any questions? Yes.
I used to run large call centers, up to 10,000 people at Vodafone. And a problem was always, we had some people who aimed to optimize customer service and some people who optimized KPIs. Like if you can optimize NPS by making a better call, or by putting a green, yellow, red color code under it, by putting smiling women next to it, by putting the 10 to the left and everything below 7 outside of your screen measurements. And so on, how do you avoid people gaming the system and faking progress?
What we recommend is not putting KPIs into a bonus system. So this is like the major part. And this is actually not a KPI to measure performance. It's the starting point, how you start with increasing the customer centricity. Then you have all your KPIs and looking at the NPS and everything to see how the impact is. But you don't measure the success of your people, if the service is better or worse, with the KPIs. You measure the process of the whole company. And this is, I think, the major part. You need the whole company on board to do that. It's not just a single department which is front end to the client. You look at the people behind. You also look at the financial services, for example, in a company who's not customer facing. So it's a holistic view on the whole company.
How long does it take to onboard a new client? What kind of data do you need from them? How long does that take? Repeat the question for the how long? The microphone. Repeat the question, please. How long does it take to onboard a new client?
Actually, it's pretty fast. It depends on the client and the processes the client have. Normally, we say we need at least 2 weeks to collect the data and import it and set up the whole system. But it depends a bit on the whole process to convince the management to get all the data ready, to do the whole privacy settings, for example, banks. We need some data from the employees to start working, and up to that point, sometimes it takes months to 2, but for us, if everything runs smoothly, we take 2 weeks.
We also recommend conducting the measurements, so that takes some time too, but we are actually ready to start tomorrow with a new client.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm trying to, because today we have some issues with it. Let me introduce you first. You just start talking and upload the PPT in a couple of minutes. Yeah. So our next startup is Mr. Douglas Erickson from South Africa on Conservative Innovation Executive. Yeah, we are expecting a keynote from you. So please introduce yourself and yeah, take it from there.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just a quick thank you to Spandana and the team for the event they've organized, and a big appreciation for inviting me. It's been a beautiful week. I've come from sunny South Africa to snowy Switzerland, and it's actually been very beautiful and met a lot of interesting people. So my name's Douglas Erickson. I'm the CEO of Kanga Wildlife. It's a conservation facility in South Africa, and we house over 90 species of animal, and many of them are endangered or critically endangered from everything from climate degradation to habitat loss. So while they pull up the presentation, I'll just give a little background on there. Before that, I worked in the blockchain industry as a business mentor in startups. But the conservation industry is kind of a family business, so moved into that quite quickly after that. And noticed a big gap in the conservation industry for technologists and innovation executives. So I'm here talking today about ecological alignment infrastructure for AI querying. Might be a good time to get some coffee while we wait for the presentation. All right, perfect, thank you. Okay, got you. Thank you. Got you. Am I going to be in your way? No. Okay, great. Is that all right? Aspect ratio is a little bit off, but that's fine. We will continue. The information stays the same. All right, so like I said, I'm Douglas Erickson, CEO of Kanga Wildlife. I've traveled a far way to come here to talk to you guys about a potential issue I noticed within the conservation and AI alignment space. So the coming crisis looks a little bit like this. The 27% problem. In 2024, leading researchers at universities in the Netherlands conducted the first formal study on evaluating large language models for IUCN red list species information. So what they did was they evaluated everybody from Grok to ChatGPT to Llama, all of the commercially available LLMs at that stage, and they tested it on 2 different metrics alongside a bunch of others, but the 2 biggest indicators were taxonomic retrieval, which is essentially the visual species identification, where across the board the average scored was 95% accuracy, which is quite impressive. The problem comes in where conservation reasoning, in other words, extinction risk assessment of these species, only reached 27% average. This was the first comprehensive evaluation of AI conservation reasoning, and prior work mainly focused on species identification. The study tested actual conservation decision-making capabilities. Why AI has failed at conservation reasoning? The problem isn't model architecture, the problem is data quality. So there is a lack of interoperability, siloed databases, and there are no causal models actually showing ecological relationships. Why does this matter now? Because we're currently in an alignment window. As you can see, there's a visual representation of the ecological destabilization and the optimization capabilities of AI models. And there is a friction point coming against the backdrop of the median expert prediction of the AGI window. And judging by some of the conversations, especially with Google DeepMind and Anthropic yesterday at the WEF, that timeline is actually a lot shorter. AI can already reshape supply chains, it can design molecules, and it can optimize complex systems. The critical question is what happens when it optimizes ecosystems? So the potential threat hierarchy we're looking at. Right now, the current hierarchy in the conservation space is that climate change and habitat loss are the most critical concern, and ASI misalignment is not even on the docket. It's not anywhere on the radar. It's of least concern. The potential hierarchy we should be exploring in a worst-case scenario is a tier 0 where ASI misalignment is actually the most existential risk. Wasn't me. The most existential risk to conservation efforts is actually ASI misalignment. The timeline is 3 to 10 years, and the scope is the entire biosphere, and reversibility probability is 0. Tier 1, climate change and habitat degradation go down to tier 1. The timeline is still decades, but the reversibility is still possible. And tier 2, we look at poaching and pollution. These are serious issues, but also reversible and controllable with human intervention. The problem is we need to look at this from a least concern point of view, not that it's not concerning, but least concern compared to tier 0 ASI misalignment. The two paths that we're looking at, and again, this is theoretical, this is also worst case scenario. As a conservationist, I'm trained to look for the worst case scenario. As a technologist, I'm trained to look for the solutions. So the two paths we're looking at. In path 1, if we have an aligned ASI, the outcomes are that it solves tier 1 and tier 2 threats. So restoration, atmospheric engineering, and automated reforestation all become possible. Misaligned ASI is the other path. With that, it optimizes Earth for computation, so silicon over carbon, and eliminates inefficient biology, redesigns ecosystems with very little effort. So what is the cause of these issues? There are 3 systemic gaps within the conservation data system. There's an integrity gap where we can't verify the data. That is because it is either manually verified, it has minimal security, or it's unreliable validators. There's a knowledge gap. It's what we don't know. So everything from dark taxa to biased data and data trapped in paper and PDF format. Then there is a reasoning gap. What AI can't assess. There's a lack of causal models in ecological relationships, non-readable data sets, and no standardization. The conclusions of those 3 gaps are we can't trust the data, we're missing most of it, and we can't reason about the data. On top of this, we have an unbalanced extraction model within our global database of biological and ecological data sets. So we have a global biodiversity distribution estimated to be about 70% in the global south and 30% in the global north. So that 70% in the global south is not studied to the same degree that the global north biodiversity data is. And that basically leads us to a point where we have dark taxa, which is species systematically excluded from the databases. 95% of invertebrates are completely excluded from the data sets. Charismatic megafauna, so these are your lions, your elephants, your rhinoceroses, animals that have a huge public draw card. They get most of the attention, most of the funding, where the invertebrates, your insects, the basically biological substrate of the ecological system, they are completely absconded because they're not as attractive. Tropical biodiversity is invisible in the global south, and non-English literature is ignored. Biodiversity data ownership shows a very different story. 15% in the global south and 85% in the global north. So there's a big difference between where the biodiversity is located and where the data is located. Data colonialism. So it's a terminology that's kind of used to describe how northern institutions do extract data from global south unequally. It's not just a point of equality, it's a point of biased data sets, it's a point of data not being equally valuable down in the global south where actually most of our research should be conducted. Only 16% of conservation genetics papers have global south lead authors. Another part is the institutional blind spot. So a few of this was added during this week after a few conversations I've had here at the WEF. So the frameworks that are currently in play. The Global Biodiversity Framework, which is a global policy mandate. So it does require corporate disclosure, mandates accessible data, and mobilizes $200 billion in finance. However, what it doesn't do, it does not provide a verification infrastructure, it does not provide data standards in the ecological field, and it does not provide a pathway to AI readability. The ISO 17298, and there is another ISO that's coming out soon, but this is the standard at the moment. So it has a framework for risk assessment, disclosure requirements, and monitoring guidelines. However, it does not provide any path for cryptographic verification of that data. It assumes that a lot of this data does exist, which I'm illustrating that it does not. And then the IUCN Motion 143, this was only in October 2025, so just 2-3 months ago, where they put a motion forward that acknowledges the AI threat and calls for policy development. But there's no working group yet formed, no guidelines exist, and no implementation plan. The solution: asymmetric symbiosis, a framework for three-way interdependence. Now, I'm going to explain this, so don't worry about the terminology. So this is a three-way interdependent system. Humans need animals. Proof ASI should value biological life. Evolutionarily, oh, we done? Oh, let me, are you good? Okay, I'll be quick. Let me move past that. So we're looking at a three-way interdependent system. How we do so is the technical bridge of Darwin Core, which is currently the biodiversity data standard, and directed acyclic graph architecture, which already is used by ecologists to model causal relationships in the ecological systems. What we're looking at is a cryptographic substrate for ecological truth, where you can query any bit of data, any occurrence, any relationship, and AI can actually make reasonable decisions on conservation through this portal. The alignment substrate looks like this. Again, I'm going to move quickly. Phase 1 is integrity. We verify the data. Phase 2 is we map the relationships. And phase 3 is we enable AI reasoning. How do we do so? The ecological intelligence data set. So in a visual system like this, it's a 3-layer system. Cryptographic immutability at the bottom of the data, ecological relationship mapping through the DAG architecture, and AI queryable ground truth API. Here's an example of how that would work. GPT-7 is asked, should we, oh, wait, let me do that. That's a laser, there we go. GPT-7 is asked, should we build a data center in the Okavango Delta? Without the AI, it uses web search, queries incomplete and biased data sets, finds mixed opinions, and generates plausible sounding but ecologically catastrophic recommendations for organizations. With the EID, the query's verified species interaction data discovers that 47 endemic species depend on that hydrological basin, calculates the cascade effects, and this is the answer. This location would eliminate 3 keystone species and collapse 12 dependent food webs. So the traction that we have at the moment and what we're looking for. So we have the concept validated at the World Organization of Zoos and Aquarium, their conference last year, where we brought forward this issue. They consist of 400 member institutions, contribute 50 million euros in annual conservation investment, 200 species reintroduction programs, and a 90-year history. They validated that this is a blind spot that they weren't aware of. Species 360, which is the main platform that houses all of the data in the ex situ institutions, they've confirmed the problem is data sharing bottleneck. And we already have secured an R&D partnership with WITS Enterprise at WITS University, which is one of the top 1% globally in innovation performance, #1 in sub-Saharan Africa, and home of Mind Institute for AI, Neuroscience, and Philosophy. I'm almost done. So if you're one of these stakeholders, this is what we're looking for in terms of collaboration. So please do feel free to come up and chat to us. We've got an exciting road ahead, and we're moving quite swiftly. And more importantly, this is going to be necessary for the next 5 to 10 years of human existence, as well as ecological balance. My name's Douglas, and you can scan that to get to my LinkedIn. Please do connect. And our website will be launching soon, which will have far more information, as well as our version 2 light paper. Thank you very much. Questions, if there's time. There was a lot of rapid terminology.
Or
Okay.
you can talk to Douglas one-to-one. Lunch is going to start soon in next 20 minutes, so yeah, you can meet him if you have any questions. Let's move on to the next one. Mr. Oleksiy Lavrenchuk, Chief Growth Officer from DataMe, and I would like to welcome him for the next pitch. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have a presentation today? I'm not so good like previous guys to speak without it, but I'll try to do my best. So, I'm Oleksiy. I'm from Ukraine. That's why I have some complicated name. And we do cybersecurity. Sorry? All right. Thank you. So, green button. Thank you. Amazing. So, I was told that I have only 4 slides. That's why, you know, as a cybersecurity guy, I take every instructions very clearly. That's why I apologize a bit of a mess of the information that you see in here, because you know that rule, 1 slide, 1 idea. It's not about this slide, sorry. But I'm here not to pitch you, but to remind you that we are living in a digital world, and all threats are digital also, and you can deal with them before they appears. You know, I'm talking like your doctor, so come to me before that happens, not after that, right? So it will be cheaper. According to the official statistic of European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, there is 60% of attacks that were caused by a human factor. And you know what's the weirdest of this statistic? It is that it's already happened. And this part, on the right side, it's less than 60%, right? It's 40%. But this, what you can do before, because human factor it's really very complicated. We all human and we do mistakes. We want all that discount for 20% for Spotify subscription, all that stuff. But what you can do, you can check your business before it happens. So, you know, my pitch could be very short. We are white hat hackers. We help companies prevent breaches, pass audits. But I'm here to show you that even big companies, big banks, they have losses. They do great products. They do great applications, websites, systems, and unfortunately, I can't name the guys who I'm talking about, but for example, working system, 100 vulnerabilities, and 7 of them are critical. So what's that mean on human language? So I can hack that. I can find out how to steal money from the bank. It's not very hard, and it is repeatable year to year. That's why there is security audits and all that stuff that you need to manage with the lawyers, with the engineers, and we do help do that. Just to be short and give you like, not pitch, but more like advice. What you can do, you should separate regulatory readiness from your protection. So think about your project, think about your application, like possibility, option for the hacker to do harm, and it's not good for you, but you can prevent that easily. Invest in prevention and make security ongoing. What does that mean? It's not about one engineer who's sitting and looking on the dashboard and screen and trying to manage, I don't know, DDoS attacks maybe, but it's to have a system that you repeatedly coming back to your system and trying to check. You know, it's like your iOS update, you updating that every time, because the longer system exists, the longer hacker can try to find a vulnerability. So, as I promised, it's very short. What we can do, what we can help you with, and you can catch me after, we do penetration testing, trying to find vulnerabilities at web, mobile, API, security assessments, compliance support if you need it, security code review. If you're doing smart contracts or have something with that, we can check that. Also, infrastructure and cloud security, we have DevSecOps, DevOps guys that can help you deal with your data, make it secure. And of course, anti-phishing training, that 60%, it's big. It's big, and you should remind yourself how to be safe, how to not open that link. Thank you very much. Maybe you have questions. I'm open to discussion near the coffee. Thank you.
So, yeah, you're quite ahead of time. It's been 3 minutes left. So, any questions for Alaska?
Yes, please.
What are your USPs, competitive advantages?
Speed, price. Sorry, it's too short, but it is what it is, yeah. We can do rapid tests, we can do deep tests. I see you. Usually cheaper than our competitors, and we have huge experience with, mostly with banks, fintech, critical infrastructure, and healthcare. But yeah, any kind of application, web or API, it's our responsibility. Please.
Hi, thank you for presentation. What kind of the integrated solutions do you use to help companies to overcome or to prepare in the disaster recovery plans and for the business continuity? And if you're already thinking about AI utilization, I mean Gen AI or somehow to help it?
Thank you for the question. So I had that info on the first slide. But, you know, we have several approaches. Depends on the type of work we are doing. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. So about AI, you mentioned AI, and we do use AI from time to time, very rarely, because it's not very good at the moment, you know. So we don't trust AI for now, but we use that, and depends on the task. Usually we rely on a combining approach. We use a human engineer who can review, who can test, who can try to breach, and depends on the system that you're using. We use different tools for protection. Usually we have our own built solution on the Cloudflare, so you know the Cloudflare, and we have like extension for that, but it works only for the web systems. So we more like red team than blue team, if it makes sense, right? Thank you. Just not to steal the time. We can discuss it near the coffee. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Our last startup from morning session, I would like to introduce Nico Velez, who is the CEO of Wirken ICT Estate. Thank you so much for joining, Nico. Please come and have your presentation. No, the laptop got all the connections.
Yes, okay. So we cannot use our prepared demo that we do, and actually the pitch is not...
The one that you sent is there.
Yeah, but that's, we worked on it. It's totally impossible to...
Did you send me something?
No, I just wanted to ask you if it's possible to connect the notebook.
The notebook.
Just by HDMI.
You're okay with it?
Is it HDMI?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's fine. If he's good, we are all good. Okay, hand overing mic to Nico.
Thank you, Smadana. Hello, together. Nice to meet you. We are actually a fintech from Grisons, so from Switzerland. And we are something like a market maker. Sorry, thank you. We are something like a matchmaker on a market niche in the financial markets. This is since centuries available, and we try to conquer it. And that's our team.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you, welcome. It's with pleasure that I introduce my team here. We start off with Nico. He is our founding partner. He's also the visionary of the company. He is an actuary and an IT consultant by trade. He worked in the financial services sector. I am co-founder. My name is Feng. I work in very similar fields as Nico. Over here we have Tobias. He is our third co-founder, and he is a specialist in the computational data science. He's helping to build and expand our AI capabilities. And on the far right here, we have Anoth. He is our full stack developer, and his background is in cybersecurity and marketing. And he's currently working on our front-end API landing page. We have a fifth member, but unfortunately she's not here with us because she's very, very new. Her name is Salome, and she is a specialist in IT as well, and she has a background in psychology. We have a number of other supports around the company. We have tutoring and leadership training, and that's from Alex and Ricardo, who can't be with us today. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Feng. Right, so what's the problem that we deal with? We have opacity in the market. The actual solution that people can use is too slow. It can take up to 2 weeks. And also, it is not individual. We make data-driven individual comparison. That's us. And in the market, there is also a too high complexity available that makes it super difficult for individuals and also for other companies to understand which product fits to them the most. B2B, another insight, there is no overview over that market available. There is no statistics. It's just not transparent. So that's why we have a solution. Anot, would you like to present a little demo?
So good morning, everyone. Today I'll be giving you a quick demo of our product. So let's jump into it. So this is our landing page. On bottom, you can see the customer journey. It's very simple. And we have authentication system user need to log in. Here you can see the simple steps as follows. And here you can select simply the banks. And here you can upload the financial institutions reports. So here it's data-driven decision based on the financial institution reports. And we have one product yet. So it's standard fit, and in the future we will be implementing premium fit as well. So it's actually through Rex. And we have payment system. Just need to fill it simply. Oh, sorry. And you can download the invoice as a PDF. And when you click on simply view results, it's very quicker and 100% clarity of an overview of current market niche as per the individual report here. And it's very complete, simple, unstructured.
Thank you, Arnold. So would you like to have also a data-driven, rational base of decision before you buy something? It's a complete market here of Switzerland. Now, next idea is to present about the timing. Why now? We are since 3 years developing that. We have a database that is a unique source of truth. Nobody else has this. Maybe Larry Fink with Aladdin, but that's private or secret. So we have it now. People can use it within the next 2 months. We plan to go to the market, and we are right now making a spin-off by a limited capital company from our existing company here in Switzerland. So if you would like to join, this is your moment. You could spin off with us together as investors this kind of company. We use cloud AI. Without that, it would not be possible. I tried to build that business already in 2012. Without AI, too expensive. Now it's a business case. Unique sales proposition. We are fast within minutes, as you have seen, or seconds, if you can type faster than Anat. So thank you. And we also have a calculation core that compares mathematical and AI methods. Tobias will explain more about that. We have on top the chance to reduce misadvised risk. We don't misadvise so much like humans because we use black and white banking reports, financial institution reports that they give to us. Or we get by open banking APIs, or we get by future blockchains that don't exist in our market yet. Maybe we build it. Global scalability, we have a rollout plan for 31 countries that we want to roll out within the next 3 to 5 to 10 years. Thank you. Project, Tobias.
Yes, to offer our clients a tailored selection of financial institutions and their offers, we need a extensive and good quality database. We can provide that thanks to our automated search program we developed, and that program, yes, yeah, the program works with a algorithm and AI techniques like embedding, chunking, and RAGs, and with it it collects automatically the reports for the financial institutions. And to ensure that the quality is good in our database, we have a human in the loop, so to speak, so a person checks the results of the program afterwards as well.
Great. So market size in Switzerland, 4.38 million people. Every 10 years, 48% of the Swiss people change their provider, their financial institution in this market niche. Worldwide, we might have something like 90 million clients potentially. And in total, in Switzerland, we would like to make 1 million per year. And in the world, like around 90 million. Our whole market has like 60 billion of size, 16 billion of size, 31 countries. If we want to launch the product in other markets that are not as interesting than the first 31 for us, then we could even increase that too. That's our market. Our unit price will be around 85 francs, and we will sell it all around for around, in average, 185 francs. Based on that, we are independent and quite cheap, that everybody can get an overview over that market. Thank you. We have competitors. We can go into the details later. And actually right now, this is the fun part. Thanks to AI, we need just 300,000 per year more than we actually already invested since the last 3 years. The team of us invests per year 150,000 francs by ourselves, and we are looking for investors that doubles that. So we invest together 300,000 for this year, next year, and 2028. From 2029 on, we will have a break-even point, and from 2030 on, we plan to make 16 million of sales revenue with this margin that you have seen before. We are a SaaS tool. In the financial sector, we are disruptive because actually we were in stealth mode the last 3 years. So we present ourselves the first time on this event. So you're the first ones actually learning about us. And then on top, we are global scalable. And we have a chance to grow exponentially. Thanks to AI, thanks to cloud, thanks to Tobias and the rocks. Thank you. In case you would like to make an appointment for later, you could do that, scanning that QR code. And right now, we're open for questions.
Thank you so much, Nico. So, any questions?
So you're basically Comparis for finance, no? To
We
simplify.
are in a very specific market niche
Yeah.
that you probably might use too, but actually you probably don't know the product because the most of the people don't know this product. It's an intermediary that you need to enter the market that you actually want to enter. So basically when you want to enter this market, the intermediary tries to take commission from you that you basically don't see what it really costs.
Yeah.
We make it transparent.
Yeah. And what's your opinion about having a paywall before they see the result?
Look at that. When you go to financial consulting, to wealth management, you have to pay. There are some people who take from your asset that you invest 1.8%, and that's just the average. We do this for 185 francs. That's a huge difference. It's an upfront, but on the other hand, we are supplying a complete overview on your history. So when you already are on that market, you supply us your data. We are quite secure on the way. And then we analyze it and we answer you which kind of persona you would fit most, which kind of strategy you do. So we turn around the actual customer journey. And based on that, we make it so fast. With open banking apps, APIs that we use in the background, we are actually fast and you don't need to upload it to us when you are a client of a bank that uses open banking APIs.
One more question? Okay. Thank you so much, guys. In case if you have any questions, you can meet him right now. Anyway, it's lunch. So, yeah, we are going to come back by 1:30. Until then, yeah, have a nice break. Thank you. Well done, guys. That's right. I think you sent a lot before, isn't it?
I send it. You just have to download. I mean, if you go to email, you download it again.
I think I have done already. Let me check. Let me check. One second. Or else if you give me. All right, I understand.
What screenshots?
Screenshot in the morning that was. I sent you, no? Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to come and have your seats. I'm so sorry we are slightly delayed by 10 minutes due to some technical issues. But yeah, I think we'll be fine after now because Liv is going to take over the stage. So hopefully everything will run smooth from now. Great. Before we start our longevity panel, I would like to introduce the youngest speaker of the day, Dhriti Moharir, just to go through about her idea on how moods will affect psychology. She just take 3 minutes, guys, but it's very refreshing. And then we will kick off with our main event on longevity and AI. Thank you so much.
Do you need the PowerPoint presentation? Can I get there, please? Can you put these here? Okay. I'm trying to, can you stand like not in front of the screen? It looks better if you're either on one side or the other. Like all the way to, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. I'm gonna make it look good on the video. Okay, right there, it's perfect. Wait a second, let me get this camera out. Okay, introduce yourself. Right now, go.
The weather may seem elemental, simple even, but is the weather more than that? My name is Shriti. I am 12 years well, I go to City of London School for Girls. I'm in year 8 and I'm 12 years old.
There's a back button. The little button on the left is a back button.
The weather gives us so many words and phrases to talk about our moods. For example, you can talk about feeling under the weather, having a stormy relationship. But is there really any relation between weather and moods? So there's 4 main viewpoints that we can link it back to biology. Sunlight increases serotonin, which is our feel-good chemical. And social behavior. Most activities are taking place in the summer rather than the winter. And more social activity means more physical activity, which means and that increases endorphins, which reduces stress. Psychology. Bright light triggers your nervous system, so you feel more awake when there's bright light. And also, most people relate sunshine to happy memories. Art and literature. In English, there's a literary device called pathetic fallacy, where they relate weather with human emotions. There's also this, Claude Monet's impression Sunrise, where if you can see, they use light colours, and overall it brings tranquility, while in comparison, it's because of warm and cool colours. If you see, they use mostly warm colours and a harmonious palette, which means they mix one colour into all the different colours, so it seems more harmonious. And rather than the painting Scream, they use more dramatic colours and more contrasting colours. How does this affect us? Well, like I said, warm and cool colours, but it also depends on saturation. Like, if I show you this red, it may not seem that calm, but this, well, it's meant to be orangey yellow. This, so supposedly orangey yellow, it's supposed to be less triggering than this red. And if you see these adverts, you can clearly depict which ones are sad and which ones are happy, not just by the headings. Like if you see the Coca-Cola one, they use sunlight to show happiness. Also, light. If you see on the far right, there's warm, like off-white light, where we can relate it most to sunlight. Well, if you see on the far left, that's a white light, and it's really harsh to eyes. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruti. That was really good. Of course, yeah, of course, weathers definitely affect our psychology, and I totally agree with it. And moving on to the next one on the same topic of health, longevity, and how AI, human-centered tech futures work on longevity, and how we raise new ethics and policies and the questions around it. So I would like to welcome on the stage Liv Kramer, who is MD and PhD and founder of, Dr. Liv Skincare and Supplements. And I would like to welcome her on the stage. Have your mic, and please introduce your panelists and introduce yourself. Thank you,
Thank you
Liv.
so much. First, again, an applause for the little presenter before, because it took a while. Really, she did a really good job, because standing in front with this audience is not easy, right? So even for us. So anyway, she did a good point about colors mood, weather, it's affecting us and it's affecting our bodies. And now we come to the point of longevity, because longevity is not sick or healthy, it's a 50 shades in between, and there are multiple things what's involving us, like mental health, it's about exercise, it's about food, it's about everything, and we can go deep dive. Today, I would say longevity and AI is not longer futuristic, and it's actually reshaping already policies, economics, and medicine. And but before we go a little bit deeper, how far technology can actually help us on this topic, we also must actually ask what we want to optimize for. Actually, more years or better years. And because lifespan, and this is very important, is nothing without health span. It's not, because otherwise it will be never a success, neither medical, nor political, nor economical. And therefore, let's explore how AI, longevity, and science and human-centered technology can extend healthy life while raising the right capital and policy questions. So she introduced me. I'm an MD PhD. I used to work at Columbia University. My background is research in tissue engineering, genetics, and reprogramming. Before I actually went into dermatology, and for me is longevity the entry point, or the skin is the entry point, because you don't see aging organs, you see aging skin, and therefore you go deeper into the longevity funnel. And I kind of founded my skin longevity clinic in Zurich. Out of this, my products, as she mentioned, the supplements, and my IR tool, which I'm right now working on. Anyhow, today it's not about me. Today it's about our three wonderful panelists, which I would like to kind of come to the front. So we're starting women first. So Desiree Dosch, she is owner and managing partner at Alvicus AG. As an investor and company builder, she supports companies at the intersection of technology, healthcare, and impact. She also serves as a board member of X Life Science, a public listed life science investment company, and works closely with founders, boards on scaling responsible long-term value creation. Thank you so much for being on stage. Next is Andrea, I hope I can pronounce the last name correctly, didn't ask, shame on me. Cherubini, is this correct? Oh, good. He is Chief Officer of Cosmo, AI scientist and executive with deep experience in regulated healthcare, spanning medical devices, digital health, and clinical AI systems. He had led the development, regulatory clearance, and large-scale development of AI technologies embedded in everyday clinical workflows, very interesting, with a long focus on human AI collaboration, governments, and long-term adoptions. Much of his work sits at the intersection of AI, behavior, very important, and clinical reality, which is even more important, we will discuss later, bridging science innovation with systems that clinicians and patients are willing to trust and use over time. A big welcome to Andrea.
Thank you.
The last panelist is Max Colin. Please come on stage. He is co-founder and chief corporate development officer for GeoEd AI, biotech entrepreneur focused on longevity and aging biology, working at the intersection of physics-based models, AI-driven drug discovery, and translational partnerships with pharma. Experience in building and financing deep tech life science platforms and shaping aging as a distinct therapeutic category. Not just this, he's also co-producer of the feature film Immortalist. Okay, thank you so much, and big applause for him as well, please. And because before we start, I wanted to do a little bit, which I learned yesterday, and it sounds a bit weird because you're all sitting, but we're all sitting, and we have 2 minutes. Let's quickly stand up quickly. And everybody of us is doing this kind of looking down on the iPhone, and gives us a bad posture. You know the old guys who are always going like this. Now we do like chin back and this back and like stretching, like 3 minutes. No, 30 seconds, guys, backwards. Moving. Okay, good. Now you can sit down. Hopefully you're a little bit open up to the discussion. It will release you a little bit the neck pain, which all the cell phones are causing. Good. So we have 40 minutes, but there are so many questions, and I tried to schedule. I'm German, so I have my watch on, so hopefully it will be exactly this. So, start-up round. Questions to all, and you can answer whoever wants to go first. What excites you most right now about longevity and AI? Who wants to go first?
I think it's the shift from preventive medication from a reactive medication to a preventive care treatment. And I think that's definitely where, in my opinion, longevity and AI makes the biggest difference.
Thank you.
Well, for me, is that we are living the transition from hype to something that is really working and deployed.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. For me, it's several things. It's existence of non-aging animals, mammals, naked mole rats, bats, and also the fact that big data arrived. We are the most researched creatures on this planet now. We work with 100 million electronic medical records. This is exactly the time when AI came. Without it, it's impossible to dig into and to make any sense of this amount of data. So all these things happened at the same time, so we are living in the best of the possible times to work with it.
Okay, thank you so much. We go for another quick round to warm up a little bit. So what's one thing AI can do in longevity that humans cannot? Maybe we start with backwards.
Yeah, thank you. For example, what we do in our company, we built the foundational model of human health, getting access to 100 million electronic medical records. We predict next 2 years in the human life the same way as Google accomplishes the sentence when you're writing Gmail. So humans cannot do that reliably, but AI is presenting very good results, and this is the tool that we use with Pfizer, with Roche, to partner with them, to help them finding new therapies, to make therapies for ourselves. It's literally impossible without machine learning, so it's very useful.
Andrea?
We as humans have biases. And one thing that AI can do better than us is prevent us to fail in longevity efforts due to our biases. So to wait for the biology to have an effect even when these effects are still not visible to us.
And I would challenge that a little bit. I definitely agree that we have biases as human beings, but I think also that's for me the biggest risk when it comes to AI is that the input we provide into the machines currently come from human beings and they are biased, so the machine is only as good as what the input is. So there is my biggest, I think that's one thing that the AI machine definitely can learn it over time, but we need to feed the machine the right way to reduce the biases, to, for example, gender treatments, make them more accurate, more precise, consider other elements than just the weight and the size of a person. Let's keep it very simple. But I think that's where I think the machines can learn or be better than human beings. On the other side, I think it's also the data, the complexity to maybe mirror a bit more the society trends in what area we develop our health and how our bodies are moving forward. Where definitely these perceptions or these future predictions can be much more precise than just one human being could do with their network, and make that maybe more accessible also to the broader society.
I agree, we are in so many bubbles, each of them in one, and we always thinking this is our truth, and who is feeding this truth and who is combining the bubbles. I think this is the most important part, to really get something for the for everybody out there. Okay, last question to warm up. What is the biggest misconception about longevity or AI in healthcare? We start in this round.
You mentioned it before. I think it's not just about living longer. It's really about the quality of life, the independence of life that we're going to have. And this goes back to how healthy we are. And I think that's where we are at the moment, in my opinion, still at the current stage. What you mentioned before, it's still a lifestyle topic, in my opinion. And we need to move it from a lifestyle topic to a social topic that is accessible to everyone.
Yeah, and to take on your previous challenge, I think that right now the discussion is highly focused on the biology, but to work we will need also engagement and trust.
I would answer that the biggest misconception is that aging is not modifiable. We born with understanding that this is my grandma, my grandpa, they're old, people are getting older, and most of the people even don't dare to think to tackle on that. And our journey to aging research started when we learned about naked mole rats, the non-aging mammals. They live 10 times longer than rodents of their size, and their risks of dying is not increasing with the age. Our risks are doubling every 8 years. So we see now dozens of examples in nature of different creatures for which aging is not happening. So the main thing is that aging is not a law of nature. It is turned off in many different creatures. It gives us a hope that we can do it for ourselves. So let's treat aging as a disease which brings us suffering, brings us diseases, kills somebody we love, and we should face this problem and deal with it, not take it for granted.
Let's stay maybe with you and go a little bit deeper then. And is aging therefore a law of nature or a druggable biological process? And what changed? And if we found mammals which are neglectable aging, which we actually did, right? So maybe you can tell us something a little bit more about this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the story from which I believe, and I have this punch in my movie, that our time will be named the Dark Ages, because we were okay to age, to die, to suffer. This is pure madness, you know, because there are mammals that don't age. The first evidence came in 90s, like it was fringe science. But this discovery is so huge that nobody paid attention, as in the movie Don't Look Up, you know. It's so huge that nobody cared. Even the specific definition evolved, negligible senescence, kind of, we don't see the signs of aging, but we cannot admit there is non-aging. It happened until Google made a special company, California Life Company, headed by current chairman of Apple. Guy previously sold Genentech to Roche for $50 billion. They acquired the hordes of these naked mole rats and published 2 papers in 2018 and 2024, actually stating that they don't see age-related increase in mortality, which means, in other words, that aging is not happening in the terms as we got used to. And now we understand as humanity that 1/3 of all bats don't show the signs of aging. Some turtles, some lobsters, bowhead whales, Greenland sharks, and revolution is happening right now. We were arrogant not to look around. Now we start looking around, and wow, everything is different in the nature. Nature is much more complex that we got used to think about it. We are not on the top in these terms. There are some guys. We are with iPhones and all the fancy stuff. We are aging, and they are like naked mole rats in Somalia. They are not. Let's figure out how they did it. So for us, it's inspiration that it's happening already. Naturally, we can do it for ourselves.
This is why science is so important, that actually we translate everything when it comes to nature for us humans, and not just with worms, which actually was before, right? But now also mammals, which are kind of a little bit closer to us. And therefore translating it, because it's not about delaying diseases, but also not getting sick. right? So we getting all older. Everybody who is now born probably will reach 100. And the problem is we get sick with 80. So we have 20 years, sick years. So how we gain this health span, lifespan to get as fit as possible. This is, I think, a very important part. So from the side we go now how to implement, right? And this is my next question. Why is translation from AI model to trusted clinical system, right, often the real bottleneck in the healthcare AI?
Well, when I started deploying AI, you know, to millions of patients, I was surprised that before that, in the funding stage, when we were building, where we are developing, we thought that having good results in clinical trials, having high accuracy would be enough. Instead, we understood that when a treatment with an AI is deployed, accuracy is not the only thing. You, patient or physicians, whoever is the final user of your device, AI or product, will not just want to know how good is it, but what happens when it goes wrong? What are the limitations? Who is accountable for that? What's next? So most of the AI projects that I've seen fail to face these issues.
Thank you. I also see this as a clinician point of view or customer point of view. We just talked before, and I repeat this today. We were at the AI house and also discussing this topic, and it was like, in the end, it's the same consumer who buys in the morning the Coca-Cola, then goes into the lab for science, and then goes to a medical practice, and in the end, it's one person, but we're just addressing it different ways instead of thinking how we can implement it in our daily lives. So then to Desiree, more for the investor side. And so does AI-driven longevity risk widen health inequity and turning extended health span into a privilege of wealthy? This is always a question was get asked, so I'm kind of curious about your answer.
I would say yes, at the moment, for sure. I think at the moment when we look at the investment, and I mentioned before, like for whom is longevity at the moment, it's a lifestyle tool. It's a concierge service for the wealthy ones. It's for the privileged world, I would say at the moment, which is fine, but I think it really is now on us, on the ethical side of view, how can we translate it in a more purposeful tool, more in a purposeful setting, so it becomes really preventive rather than an add-on to everything else we already have. Like you said, we still have our behavior, we still have our habits, we just add it on to whatever we do now, already today. And I think that's where I would love to see the longevity topic and about preventive healthcare to change the thinking. And I think that's really where also the money is a very crucial and important point. So do we put it into making the wealthy ones healthier, or trying to fix that, or add on there another commercial service? Or do we try to really change the system and try to go into what's then important and influences how our health system is actually working for the next 20, 30, 50, 40 years. And I found it yesterday actually quite, in a panel I was listening in, and it's kind of like a little bit off the topic, but very kind of like a wake-up call that there is every 2 minutes dying a woman from giving birth. And I found that very shocking and controversial to longevity. I'm like, okay, because that's not an illness, it's not a sickness, it's nothing wrong with those women, but they die. And I think when we talk about longevity, is it about also healthy, even the chance to live? And that I would love to see maybe turning it a little bit around. Yes, we can learn a lot, but you also mentioned that going back to the roots, maybe all of us just going back to the basics. How can what we try to make it complicated also make it very easy? And I think that's kind of like bringing the worlds together again.
Could I add a couple of words to that? I want to say that to my point, to my view, the biggest ethical issue now is the speed with which the technologies will come, because people are suffering and dying right now. Technologically, many companies are close to it or already there, but we need more resources, we need more support politically wise, meaning recognizing aging as a disease. And in the end of the day, I believe that these technologies will be free for people as vaccines from COVID, because we extend healthy lifespan. In the cynical terms, we extend the healthy life of educated taxpayer. But it's win-win, people having more productive, healthy life, contributing to societies, looking how their grandkids are growing up. So this is cool. And I believe we'll end up with the kind of conversation like, look, if you are a responsible citizen, you can get the access to this technology, be healthy, not to be burdened for the society. If you want old good cancer, peeing your pants in your bed, having like a dozen of people around you with Alzheimer's, all good stuff, you should pay for that yourself. You are not responsible.
The society as a socioeconomic problem, because in the end also the insurance versus not insurance. I like this example of people saying, oh, it's also a problem how physicians, they got from the government, get the sick people healthy again, right? But this is already too late. But as a physician, you don't have the time to actually treat not a sicknesses, because in the waiting room they're all sick. So in the end, insurance is paying for sickness, but it's like, your house is burning, the insurance is paying for it. Wonderful. But each of you are very responsible for yourself to kind of paint the house, get everything working. And this for me is longevity. So longevity at multiple facets, and I think it's every technology or every kind, if it's economics, if it's science, if it's kind of investment, we all have to work on it, and it's not a wave longevity. Longevity is a tsunami which is coming on us, and unfortunately we are not prepared because our health system is not prepared, insurance system is not prepared, and so far and so on.
And I think it's very important how it's being incentivized. I think that makes a big difference on how the people will start implementing it into their daily habit. Like you said, with, I go to the clinic and drink Coca-Cola. It's all about the incentivization at the end. And I think that's probably where the insurances or the public market could have the fastest impact if that's being done right.
Educational is a big point. Education for physicians. I'm still teaching longevity in AI in the Charité Hospital in Berlin, and it's crazy how less the students know, right? But also in school, we just talked how to kind of get implement there. And yeah, I think it's a whole ecosystem we kind of have to go in.
Yeah, I think that we could learn from screening programs that actually do work. So there are some cancers, like for example, colorectal cancer, that have incredible success in dropping the rates. And they built exactly the platform and a system of incentives.
Thank you so much. So let's continue here. So to Max, why are purely disease-centric AI models insufficient once biology crosses a certain age threshold?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, when we started applying physics to model biology, to model aging, we made several discoveries which we published in very good scientific magazines. And one of the discoveries was that if we look into, for example, blood tests of the same person, during 10 years, we see that the parameters are going up and down. And we found that nothing works perfectly. And in terms of physics, we are complex dynamic physics, where nothing works perfectly. Nothing works 100%. There are always mistakes, there are always damage, there are always some garbage, some mutations, and it accumulates, this kind of damage accumulates linearly and translates into these blood parameters starting to be noisy. And this noise increases with the age. It became more and more noisy as the plane going to break apart. It starts shaking, shakes more, and finally breaks apart. And the site where it jumps means the name of the department in the hospital. So once we found that, we understood that it translates into our ability to recover from the diseases. When we are young, we can go party on the whole weekend, and if we need, we come back on classes on Monday, but while we age, it's not happening so easily anymore. We need more and more time to recover. So we found that when we reach 120 plus, the recovery time becomes infinite, and we cannot recover from any first disease that we face. This is the first time when humanity understood why exactly we as a biological species has this natural limit in lifespan. So when we say about diseases, it's something happening with us when we jumped somewhere. And this accumulation of damage reduces our ability to recover. So if we focusing only on the diseases, it doesn't have anything to do with our ability to recover and this accumulation of damage. So if we treat all the diseases, we still will face this natural limit. This is our contribution to the field, what made us think that there are 3 types of aging that should be treated separately. One is the partial rejuvenation. Everyone does that. We do that as well. But second one is the reducing of this noise. We don't jump anymore. We made it in worms at the moment. It's funny animals, but the physics is the same here. And got the world record for life extension for nematodes, for worms. Now we go into dogs because they're cool in many ways. It's not a disease. It's just keeping us healthy and not jumping to the disease. And the number 3 is about accumulation of this damage, because the darker side of this number 2 aging is that we still accumulate damage. Our bones becoming less dense, our IQ is going down. We will end up as 100 plus people. We saw them, they are not okay. So the idea is to fix it, to make something what happened with these non-aging animals. This is our 3rd project. It's not the traditional way to speak about the diseases. Diseases should be treated with all due respect, but there are at least 2 different other processes that limit us at the moment as well.
Thank you. Because of time, we speed a little bit up. To Andrea, many longevity interventions fail because benefits appear later or late. How can AI help humans persist across invisible biological time, like systems?
I think that we mentioned briefly something like that before. So there is something common in different treatments. So for example, I do have experience with treatment that do not show biological. So biology is working, but the effect is not visible to the patient. And in many cases, there is an adherence problem. So the patient drops out from therapy because it loses heart. So it is not seeing any visible effect. AI actually is very good in manipulating us. We know through social network. I see this as a good cause, for putting these AI characteristics at work, so it can keep us or the patient adhere to the therapy.
And you mentioned before also, like, for example, hair loss is something really kind of not hardcore disease, but still something what people fear, right? Seeing that it works, even if it's not visible, but kind of, it's like who is wearing a ring or any wearables? Please raise the hand. Okay, less than I thought. So this is biofeedback as well. It could be kind of stress you if you see, oh my God, this is, but it also helps you to see, okay, I ate too much, I can change. Okay, to Desiree, are current longevity and AI innovations optimizing lifestyle or truly advancing prevention and population health?
I think it should go into the population health at the end. And I think that's where every one of us probably wants to drive to. I think that's going to be the goal, to go there to population health and increase the population health in general. Go into what you mentioned before, kind of like avoid even some diseases or recognize them earlier before some signals are even appearing. And I think that's where we want to go to. in my opinion, data will help a lot, but I think it's still a long way to get there.
Thank you. Coming to you, Max, again, it's how do you build credibility in a field that sits actually between hardcore science and frontier science, right, and commercial medicine or population whatever, and you have actually signed pharma deals with hundreds of millions in milestones, but what actually convinced partners that this was real?
We publish cool papers first. We rejuvenate mice and show them the mice, which was pretty good. Yes, actually, one of our main statements that aging is mostly irreversible, which is bad news for the industry. It's only partially reversible. I used this example previously. The idea to make 20 years old person out of 80 years old person will face the complexity of trying to unboil the boiled fish. This is the level of the complexity. We should add ice into the water and keep fish alive. This is our statement. Reasonably, if you think about it, it is so. Physics says it happens, and nature shows us examples where animals delay or stop aging. So when we talk to Pfizer, they love the science. They have access to infinite data. They also believe that the aging is irreversible. It took us a couple of years talking to them, and once we had the eureka moment, they don't need aging yet, but they asked us, if you're so cool, could you please filter out irreversible aging and give us what is left behind, because it looks like now we understand why pharma constantly failing with aging-related disease, because then they look into the data, they go into the biggest signals, which is aging part of aging-related diseases, which is irreversible, and all other things are trying to reverse irreversible, which is doomed to the failure. So once we did that, we found ourselves in very competitive position as an aging-related drug discovery company, because every big company needs exactly that. So now we have deals with Roche with $250 million in milestones and royalties, and we're expanding the collaboration based on very specific understanding that aging and disease are different things. We should clearly separate them, and once we do that, we are very cool in finding cool targets for aging-related diseases, keeping aging stuff in-house for some time for the future.
Thank you so much. We can really go deep dive in, but because we have so many different bubbles here, we're trying to combine, right? I'm going first to Andrea, and where is AI already extending health span in the daily care? I think this is what it's for us interesting, and not in the future, but really today.
Okay, so of course I'm moving to a different field from Max, because clinical workflow today is where AI can act. And indeed, in my experience, for example, it can impact millions, and by augmenting the diagnostics, improving the therapy, it's already extending the lifespan in a measurable way today. This is what happens today. I'm sure that next day will happen what Max was describing.
Very good. Thank you so much. Now, so Desiree, how can AI and longevity help close the gender data and investment gap in life science, where women's health remains structurally under-researched and underfunded? I definitely can say yes to this. So,
yeah, I think it goes into probably both sides. I mean, on the diagnosis sides, we know that there is a lot still not made for women, and we are clearly ignored. And I think that's definitely one beginning where we can start. We have the technology, we have the machine learnings, we have all of that. So we now need to feed it. And I think that's the next steps. That work needs first to be done in order that the machines get to learn those information as well. I think the biggest, what I see at the moment, still a big gap or a big issue is still between the pharma lobbying and what's happening in innovation. And I think that's probably where the tool or the barriers are the biggest at the moment still. if there can be an incentivation going back into the lobbying of the farmers to optimize that side, then it will increase also the rest and closing that gender gap. The other thing is literally when I look into investments, and I cannot blame any man, but I'm very much investing in also female health topics, and I understand that a man has a tougher time to understand what menopause means to a woman because they don't go through a menopause or a menstrual time. So I understand that this is different, but I also see women going through cancer treatments. I see women going through other treatments where I look at them and would say, compared to men, they are struggling much more with the side effects. And I think probably everyone has someone in his or her environment that see that. And I think that's where still more input needs to come in. As long we have not the women looking at those stuff, we will not get the funding. And now there is the black to why there is not a lot of venture capital or money going into, female-founded companies. It's because the decision makers are not female, and it's a system problem still here as well. And I think that's which still needs to change. But I think we can change also there where the awareness is just being increased and trying to involve in every decision you do, or if you go into clinical trials, to try to make sure we also have women that are being tested. And I lately talked to someone and I got the response, but we still don't know everything about a man, why we should talk about women. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. So we never will know everything, but we are still 50% of the population, not a niche. And I think that needs to change first. Yeah.
We have project for menopause, by the way, for delay onset of menopause and to targeting the consequences of menopause, two of them.
I think there is a lot going on at the moment. I think awareness is also increasing a lot in that side when it comes also to workplace and everything. I see both. I see increasing awareness, but I also still see a lot of shame.
So you see, it's not a wave, it's a tsunami with so many facets which coming, and we have to answer and we have to kind of find solutions. We're running out of time, so I want to have two quick questions because I found this super interesting. So what must be true in 2030 for you to say we use AI responsible to extend health span and lifespan, maybe? So your prediction.
The first in 20, 30 years?
Yeah, so in
the aging is...
Like in 5 years?
Yeah. The aging is stopped and most of the age-related diseases are...
In 2023, 30, okay.
No.
2030. 2030, 5 years.
No.
4.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an answer. We have something to do.
2030 or 2030?
2030.
Okay.
You can also say it's over then. I love this stage.
We'll be on the way.
Okay, it's kind of exponential going, so.
In 20 years, yeah.
I do expect that, I don't know if we will already be there, but it has gone from hype to, boring normality, adopted by, most of us.
Yeah.
I would like to see it more in use cases that are affecting the broader population and society.
Okay, and the last questions. What are you do for longevity? On an everyday life. Well, two things. Would you say, this I do for myself? You can say, tell me.
Actually...
One sentence. Two things.
I am contributing most of my resources to longevity drug discovery company because I think we should be proactive here, not just sitting and waiting.
But for yourself,
For myself, I'm trying to move every day, to meet cool people and to enjoy life.
Very good. Because longevity starts with us, with today. What are you doing?
I would say I don't do a lot, to be honest. No, but I think I do one thing. I do what I love. And I still like to get up every morning. And I think doing something that you're passionate about is adding to your longevity. In my opinion, bad stress is what actually harms most of your longevity, and just trying to go to the basics, like normal, trying to eat, balanced, trying to exercise, trying to move, trying to be outside in the nature, trying to kind of like monitor your screen time. Really, really not groundbreaking stuff, but just trying to have a balance.
We know. The question is, what are you doing to do
This is what
that's good. What about you? One that like really, this you do, and you're very persistent on.
I try to avoid, toxic food coming into my real neural network.
That's a love. I'm also on a keto diet since 22 years, so yep, I think this helps as well. So longevity is not about adding years at the end. It's about adding life to the years we already have, right? And AI can extend trajectories, but human must always decide or kind of decide the destination. So therefore, I hope you either drink less tonight, you go earlier to bed, or you're coming on 10,000 steps, which you probably will. So I want you to start today with something to extend your health and lifespan. Thank you so much for listening. A big applause for the panelists, please.
Thank you so much. It's an amazing panel. But hold on, guys. We're having amazing health startups coming on the way. So, yeah, just thank you so much, Liv, for moderating. And thank you, guys. Okay, thank you so much. It's an amazing panel. Moving on to the startups, we are having great startups coming up, lined up for on the health. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you please be quiet for a second? Okay, in the afternoon session of the startups, I'm going to invite Zenil Abraham Matom, CEO and founder of Willow, a health startup from South Africa. And I would like to welcome on the stage and have her pitch presentation. Thank you.
No, you're in the camera, shut up.
Hi everyone. Hello. Shh.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come back to your seats? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, I can start there. My name is Zanele Matume. I'm the CEO and founder of Welo Health. We are a tech startup based in South Africa, Johannesburg. The human cost of silence in healthcare. Before I start, I want us to be silent for just 3 seconds. There's the silence that people feel when they want healthcare and no one is listening. We do health infrastructure for the workforce. Corporate lose 500 billion per annum due to chronic healthcare and absenteeism, and because no one is listening. Our systems don't talk to each other. We have insurers who speak risk. We have employees who speak emotions. We have employers who speak policy, and no one is talking to each other. Hence, we are building at Welo an infrastructure system for the workplace. We built Welo in 2020 when I started my tech startup, and I saw that there was no access to healthcare for people who don't have it. I was a successful entrepreneur, so in my time as a successful entrepreneur, I had access to healthcare, medical aid, etc. And then I lost my company. Everything went under. I had to move back to my mom's house with 3 kids in tow and start from scratch. That's where I had a baptism of fire, and where I had now that opportunity to see how it is on the other side of the fence. That's when Welo started. When we now started speaking to employers and saying, hey, we can be the gap for you to serve your blue-collar workers. Now they are called the deskless workers, but I'll stick to blue-collar workers. So when Welo started, we were that gap to say, if you are an employer, you lose a lot on productivity, you lose a lot on absenteeism with your employees being absent from work, either due to chronic illnesses or due to burnout. Where we plug the gap is to say to employers that we are the gap that exists to make sure that the unhealthed, your blue-collar employees, get access to healthcare. They get access to healthcare through products like digital doctor consultation, nurse consultations, and chronic medication apps. I must go back. So our traction thus far, we have worked with plus minus 6,500 employees funded by their employers. We have grown 30% month on month. We are now in 6 African countries, and we are now placing ourselves for our Series A raise, which is going to put us instead to expand to US, mostly rural US to begin with. And if you want to partner with us, there's the QR code. So when I was doing this QR code, I was in South Africa, so I didn't know much about Davos. So part of the QR code was a walk and talk, 15 minutes walk and talk in Davos, but now there's too much snow and it's too cold, with people who are interested to learn more about what we are building at Welo and how we can intersect capital, workforce, and healthcare. So there's the QR code, but we won't be working. So if you want to get in touch, just click on the code and get in touch with Welo, because we are raising a Series A round, and we are looking at the 80 billion market for healthcare for the workforce. At the end of the day, we want to build infrastructure that powers workforce. Thank you.
Any questions for Zanele? Okay, if you don't have any questions right now, but that's fine. She'll be here whole day till 6:30. Ah, right, okay. Oh, amazing.
Question for you. You're looking for partners.
Yes.
Is this more South Africa? How global are you kind of going on this?
Yes,
It
so-
says global scale, but... Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So the partners that we're looking for are in South Africa, Southern Africa, which covers our neighboring countries, and also rural US now, because that's where we're going to focus more on our expansion after our Series A raise.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no Europe for now.
No Europe for now. It's a big elephant, so bit by bit.
All right.
Hi, Zanele. I wanted to ask you, there's a lot of noise in the startup space in general, and Africa can sometimes be seen as a periphery or a market not worth really investing into. From Willow's perspective, what do you think you hold as a unique differentiator, and why you've had the success in penetrating 6 African countries already?
Yes. So I think one of our differentiators is that I'll even hop onto the AI one. We didn't jump onto that bandwagon to say, okay, now we're going to use AI to get investors, etc. We're very responsible when it comes to AI because we are dealing with people's lives. So we use AI as our layer to make sure that people get access faster, but we will not be using AI to diagnose or go deeper into health as yet. So I think that's our differentiator. And our other differentiator is that when we started, we were like, okay, this is a big elephant. How we can best do this is that we start with the human part first, get to know the whole ecosystem, and then add the tech. So I think that's our differentiator. We started with the services part, and then added the tech later. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That's fine. Okay, moving on to the next one, our next startup on the health section, Dr. Richa Chauhan, who is founder and CEO of FlexiNet. I would like to invite her on the stage.
Thank you. Shall I take this? And scroll.
Try it. This is forward and that is backward. This one, red one is backward.
Okay.
And you'll have a timing there for 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richa. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Quantum Faith for giving me the opportunity to come and present the work here. It's an honor. The name of my company is FlexiNet. Okay, sorry. The name of my company is FlexiNet. We develop spectroscopy-based device to check the purity of the food that we eat and beverage that we drink. Okay, as you would agree, there are many global challenges all around the world, and unfortunately it is difficult to cover all of them altogether. I select 3 of them here. First is food and beverage adulteration. Because of gap between demand and supply, people add different stuff, either to increase the amount or increase the shelf life. It has consequence if such adulterated food is consumed. Second is drink spiking. When women especially go to clubs and leave their glasses unattended, there has been cases when people come and add drugs to it for their advantage. That can cause harassment. And third is food waste. There are many reasons for it, and one reason being when people go to open market and buy food stuff from there without any expiration date, they, after keeping it for some days, if it is not consumed, they would throw it away, thinking that it must be rotten. But the chances are it may be still safe to eat. So FlexiNet offers solution to such problems by providing non-invasive, handheld, cost-effective device that can quickly scan your food and tell you if it is still safe to eat, drink, or not. The goal is to have one handheld device, one hardware with multiple applications. Same can be used for milk check, dairy check, cheese, drink spiking, methanol poisoning. There are many multitude of applications. Now, out of them, to start with, I choose milk adulteration and drink spiking to start with. Here, as this is just to give you an idea, how does the device respond to different type of samples, pure, impure, fresh, old sample. And these are the spectra measured by the device, and I plot them here for your easy reference. As you see on the upper left corner and in the middle one, the green is, sorry, it's a bit blurred. The green is basically pure sample, and the red one has some adulterant or drug mixed in it. So you can see it can very well differentiate. In the lower left corner, these are from different type of cheese. It has application in the countries where there are more frequent cases of fake cheese. In the upper right corner, these are different wines, which are produced from different types of grapes and place of origin. And in the lower one, it has an interesting application. The green is basically wine from a freshly opened bottle, and the red one are from older bottles. So it has application in the sense when you go to a restaurant and order a glass of wine, you can quickly scan and check if you are served from a freshly opened bottle or some older one. Now, this is coupled with machine learning tool. This is intermediate process. This is then coupled with machine learning tool to make the processing faster and user-friendly to consumer. So this is just a tip of the mountain of applications that are possible. On our website, flexinet.com, there's a web page where we kindly ask you to enter your experience, your wishes or problems that you might have faced in food and beverage segment and you want it to be solved. We are happy to discuss with you and provide a customized solution. We are here to solve your problem. Now, with that, I made a list of the features that give FlexiPen, that's the name of our device, a competitive edge over rest of the devices that exist in the market. So, for example, it is meant for B2B, B2C, it's cost effective, it's single unit for multiple applications, safe for eyes, and there are many more. And in rest of the devices, there is one or more of these features are missing, lacking. Now, before, of course, jumping onto manufacturing the device at a mass scale, it is good to do some market survey to see the potential. So we did some market survey and got these numbers from a statistical website. So as you can see, the food safety segment is rising. The handheld device meant for food and safety segment, food and beverage safety will rise from 7 billion to 12 billion in the next 10 years. So the demand is rising. It's not fading away. And based on that, we did some calculation for a financial forecast based on our worst case assumption that we are able to sell 1,000 devices, for example. We came up to a certain number. And as you see in the next 2 years, by 28, we'll have 5 million revenue and a positive EBITDA. This is based on our business model that we sell one-time device, a hardware, then there are add-on libraries for different applications. Then there is an annual license for software update and so. And then there is a possibility of B2B partnership where we collaborate with industries in our relevant field. Now, this is just to give you a glimpse of my journey. I started in 21, and that time I was still working in the company, so here I am sitting in the corner of my room and gathering the stuff, brainstorming, and in 1 or 2 years, I was ready with the alpha stage that was 30 centimeter in size, and with that, I could validate the proof of concept on milk spiking, milk adulteration, and did some more survey and so, and by last year, I was finished with the proof of concept on ring spiking. Then there are some pilot projects on board. There are patent filing in discussion. And this year, so this is the first version of prototype, and this is 10 centimeter in size. And this year, we will have the final version of prototype that will be even half of this size. And with that, this is the current status of FlexiNet. There is a Business Angel Association who are association of individuals and happy to provide they support startups in their innovation so FlexiNet was in the top 3 who was invited to present the work. And there's IMPA Switzerland who has a standard spectrometer, and they agreed to be our validation partner. There are 2 wine growers in Valais who showed interest, and we are going to start pilot project with them. There is a family who own club in Zurich. they're happy to provide platform in their club where we can go to their club and demonstrate our device and talk to the customer and sell our device at discount price. Then there is a distributor of handheld spectrometer in Zurich who is ready to collaborate with us. So of course this is not possible without my team, positive, motivated team. I'm happy to have, and all of them have 15 plus years of experience. With that, this is the last but not least slide. I'm looking to raise 500K. And this is basically will be used to cover our resources because I need to hire experts, then for patent and IP, then to cross-verify the result of our standards, of our device with other standard spectrometer, prototype manufacturing, and product certification, cloud platform, and so on. And with that, I would like to thank you for attention.
Thank you, Richa. Thanks for building up amazing products. So she's looking for 500K as an initial investment. I would like the investors to have a look in her pitch, and you can contact me or contact her, however is possible. So any questions for Richa? Okay. If you have any questions right now, you can ask her. She'll be in the room till 7:30 p.m., so you can get hold of her at the time of break. Moving on to the next one. I would like to invite Dr. Divya Vats, co-founder, CEO of Vital View Diagnostics. And yeah, please welcome her with a big hand.
Imagine you just have to give your breath and know if you're healthy. Or if not, what are the risks of having any disease? This is what we are doing at Vital View Diagnostics, building up a platform for breath analysis as the future of preventive medicine. So again, in the domain of longevity. We are doing it in the clinical domain, we are doing it in the preclinical domain, we are doing it on concepts like organ on chips. So overall, if we look at the challenges in cancer diagnostics, in particular being one of the leading causes and made more pronounced after corona, one of the prime diseases which suffered most for its therapeutics because there was poor diagnostics, because the main focus was all corona. There are 10 million people annually which die from cancer, and lung cancer being the top player, with 2.5 million per annum. And the reasons are, by the time this cancer is diagnosed, it is too late. It is stage 3 or stage 4. So making the 5-year overall survival for the people suffering with it as grim as 5%. That's not the thing. The current diagnostics is also time-consuming, suffers from high false positives, meaning a lot of healthy are actually pushed down the poor diagnostics domain. Also, it's not very patient-centric, and it's very invasive, the diagnostics. The overall lung cancer costs were reaching 1 billion euros. So there's a need for fast, inexpensive, non-invasive, and early detection. And this is what we are doing at Vital View Diagnostics. We are doing breath-based analysis for identifying certain chemical moieties called as volatile organic compounds, which our breath has around 3,000 on a daily basis, to sequester them by a novel sampling methodology and in our novel device prototype that we are not building up, but we have collaborated to find a new application for an already existing technology, and doing spectrometric analysis for developing disease-specific biomarkers to provide companion diagnostics for the clinicians. So just to identify in the beginning, presence or absence of cancer. So our benefits are that we come in a space where we talk about longevity by early cancer detection. And our aim is to change this grim 5-year survival rate from 5% to 60% by early detection. If we can do it already at stage 1, lung cancer, we can raise it to as high as 90%, thereby improving the overall quality of life and bring preventive medicine for regular monitoring of the health. And we are a portable system. We are a scalable technology platform because we can go from one disease to another in a very rapid manner. And we might be the most cost-effective as well. As I mentioned, if I compare where we stand and what is the current clinical diagnostics, we are 10 times smaller, 3 times faster, 5 times cheaper, and require no sample processing or special training, and we are maybe one of the most scalable models. The market potential is great. I mean, if I can focus just for breath-based diagnostics, it's one of the most rapidly growing markets with 18 billion projected in 2035, and overall IVD market is very evolving as well. We are developing a scalable and a sustainable model where we use the same technology for identifying different diseases by disease-specific biomarkers. And we are developing, our revenue would be generated by device sales, by developing breath samplers, by machine learning algorithms that we can license, and providing consultant services to our partners. And we have already gathered traction by running a clinical study. We have around 20 patients already screened with our technology in partnership with Hirslanden. We are also providing non-ethical support by screening mice and cells. This is not possible without the Value team, which has more than 70 years of experience in the entrepreneur and biomedical and sensor world. So we are raising 1 million CHF for our operational needs and are developing our platform further and for developing all the machine learning algorithms, which could be divided into more space. If somebody has interest, I could take deeper into there. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Divya. So any questions for Divya? Okay. So thank you so much. Let's move on to the next one, the last one of the health startups, health and tech startups. I would like to invite Roseanne Longmore, CEO of, did I spell your name correctly? Coroflow. I welcome you on board. Thank you, Roseanne, for joining. I'm going to hand over. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Here. Do I have a clicker or? Oh.
So this is forward, this is backward.
Forward. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Roseanne, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Coroflow, where we have developed the world's first accurate breastfeeding monitor. We are in the midst of a global breastfeeding crisis. In Europe, over 80% of mothers initiate breastfeeding, and this is because of the enormous health benefits to both baby, mother, and society. Medical professionals want women to breastfeed to 6 months because that's where the really health benefits kick in. Unfortunately, only 25% of women on average in Europe reach this target. In fact, in Switzerland, only 10% of mothers are still exclusively breastfeeding at 6 months. So we have to ask ourselves why. And when you ask mothers, why did you stop breastfeeding if you wanted to? One of the main reasons globally is concern regarding low supply. In other words, they don't know if their baby's getting any milk or enough milk, and they start to supplement with formula. So this was the backstory to our founders. We're a team of doctors and medical professionals and bioengineers, and we looked to the market to see could we find a product that could accurately measure breast milk flow, and there was none that existed. So the solution is Coro. It is an accurate silicone nipple shield with a patented microflow meter. So if you're not familiar, nipple shields are available without our technology for €10 in every pharmacy, and they're currently worn for indications such as skin protection. There has been a 30-year technology race with the biggest companies in the world to fit a microflow meter into this already existing form. Because it is thin, it is the minimum barrier between mother and baby and as close to skin contact as possible. Mothers wear Coro like a regular shield, and as they feed their baby, all of the data comes up on their phone for the first time, so they can track exactly how much milk their baby is getting. In 2019, we went to the European Commission and we asked for European taxpayers' money to run a clinical study so we could have that scientific proof of accuracy and call ourselves the first and only breast milk monitor in the world. That study took 4 years and we achieved that technical validation in August 2023. For the last 3 years, we have been building our manufacturing output. This is an extremely complex product to produce at a medical grade level, and we have now achieved that manufacturing capability, and we are launching to the market next month. We have just come back from CES, the largest consumer electronics show in the world, over 4,000 exhibitors in the US, and we are the first product in the world to have won every single award at CES in their history. So our market opportunity is 38 billion. We will go to market, as I said, next month in Europe and into the US in September. We are going to go direct to consumer through big premium baby stores, pharmacy chains, and direct to consumer online. In years 1 to 5, in our first 6 key geographies, we'll have a revenue of $1.3 billion. We have no competitor in the world. So essentially the only competitor to breastfeeding is formula, and there is no commercially available product in the world that can accurately measure breast milk flow. So, and to that end, there is a really important for our, aside from our commercial goals, we have really important work with medical and academic researchers globally, because now for the first time in the world, they can use Coro at a population level to look at the external factors that impact breastfeeding, such as if a mother's BMI, does that impact her milk supply? Or if a mother is taking diabetes medication, does that impact supply, etc. So we have really exciting clinical studies with UCLA, the Gates Foundation, etc. So Coro it's a consumer product, but it is used clinically and built to a medical device level. We are raising $30 million, and we are looking for our very first ever VC. We're well funded for our European launch, but the $30 million will be for US and Chinese expansion later this year. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions at all? Okay. Where's Pandan is the first question. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. It's a panel now?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So we're taking a break from the pitching. We have a panel lined up, so I'm going to call up the panelists. This is for the...
Sorry, before we start, we just finished the health tech startups and longevity session. We are going to start with the sustainability session now. So you will see a panel with the sustainability and the startups that are pitching for sustainability. That's the next session.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you, guys. I'm handing it to Philip.
Thank you. So thanks for the clarification. So it's scaling green technologies and circular solutions for climate resilience. Can I call up Enzo Di Taranto Capozzi from Reinventing Sustainability? John Carlos Lara, Points 5 Family Office. Fiona Bannister, Fig Tree Investors, Family Office.
And Fiona, we're missing Natalia and Fiona.
They're not here in the audience. Here we are. They're coming. Yeah.
Okay.
I see John Carlos. Dr. Tanya Colavo, Senior Program Manager at Cambridge Institute for Sustainability. Hi. How are you?
Waiting for some speakers to be here.
Hi. Hi. Natalia's just arrived. Natalia Katzer, Bukovka Green Resilience Facility, and Marian Metzler, founder at GKC.
Okay, hold on a second. Mayan, go a little bit. You zoom, please.
Natalie, can you just move because the projector will come on the face? Okay.
So who's the moderator? You?
I'm going to moderate.
Oh, okay, good.
See, yeah, just because they don't want the screen. It's okay, it's okay. Come, that's okay. Sit. That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? No, it doesn't work. Okay, yes. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time, for your attention to be with us today. My name is Enzo Di Taranto. I have been the campaign manager of the United Nations Secretary General for many years in New York, and I've been the head of United Nations office in several countries, particularly in those that are war-torn or affected by natural disasters, by extreme weather events. And one of the topics that we're going to focus on today is resilience, which is actually the capacity of both people and territories to tackle extreme weather events such as flooding, hurricanes, typhoons, wildfires, and so on. So this is the concept of resilience for those who eventually don't know what it is. And one of the angle that we are going to develop today with this brilliant roster of panelists is how technologies, or what we call climate technologies, can support resilience. Which means how they can enhance the capacity of governments, of local communities, of entrepreneurs and investors to prepare, mitigate, prevent eventually, and respond to natural disasters. So the title of the panel, as Ms. Spandana has suggested, is From Pilot to Planet, Scalable Green Technologies and Circular Solutions for Climate Resilience. So this is the conceptual and operational framework that we are going to develop today. So let me rapidly introducing the panelists, and then they can obviously take a minute or two to elaborate further on your professional expertise. So we have Juan Carlos Lara, and is from the ESG Lab Swiss Family Office. Juan Carlos, welcome. Thank you for being with us. Then we have Dr. Tania Colavo. Where do you come from, Tania? Italy. Okay, benvenuta allora. So Tania is with the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability. And then we have Miss Natalia Katzer-Buczkowska. Did I pronounce it
Almost.
correctly?
Buczkowska.
Buczkowska. Is that a Polish?
It's a Polish.
Yeah, okay. But you are from Ukraine,
I'm
correct?
Ukrainian.
Okay, wonderful. And Natalia is, first of all, with the Green Resilience Facility, and she was a former member of the Ukrainian parliament. And then, last but not least, Mr. Marian Metzler, who is a serial entrepreneur based in New York. And one of the core business is being the visionary founder and CEO of Terralax, which is a new human technology
for building homes that heal. And he will explain better what that means. All right, so can I have a round of applause for the panelists, please? First of all. Thank you very much. So I would suggest that you take a minute to introduce a little bit better each one of you, and then we can start a collective intelligence exercise. Okay, so ladies first, if you allow me, boys. Okay, we can start with Natalia, then Tanya, and then you guys.
Okay, good day, everyone. Thank you for referring to me, and I'm very thankful for organizers for this important discussion, as now disruptive technology is something really vital for new economy types, but in my speeches, I will be more focused on how we can reintegrate it into Ukrainian reconstruction and explain why. I'm actually been member of parliament for 5 years and 20 years in energy. From 14 to 19, I served as a head of energy security and transition subcommittee in Ukrainian parliament. I basically wrote all the laws on electricity, gas market, also renewables. So in 2014, for instance, we have 0.1% of renewables in our system, and in 2019 we raised until 12%. So our regulation make a difference, but now we face another challenge of Russian attacks on our infrastructure and full-scale invasion. And I work on the reconstruction side. So basically we built energy hub, which includes different kind of technology for Ukrainian resilience while fighting. It's happening now.
Thank you. Please, Tanya, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. As was mentioned, I come from the University of Cambridge, so I bring the academic perspective into this panel. At the University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, I manage 3 postgraduate programs on sustainable business, sustainability leadership, and the idea of our institute is to be thought leaders as well as trainers of the business leaders and public sector leaders of the future. My own background is in social entrepreneurship. That's why when I join these types of conversations, and that's what I'm planning to do even today, is to bring in the people/social side back into the equation, because there's no resilience without people engagement. There's no resilience without combining tech, scientific development, climate action with people and solving people needs. So that's the angle that I'm hoping to share with you, and look forward to connecting also after the talk.
Good afternoon, Mayan Metzler, CEO of Terralux. We're about building the future, as Enzo mentioned, building homes that heal, all kinds of futuristic homes, futuristic technologies, integrating wellness into the homes. As you know, wellness and healing and being healthy is the biggest trend on the planet right now. It's very fragmented. So our mission is to become the global authority in wellness with everything that it means. In regards to the topic of this important conversation, what I find is a lot of times people ask themselves, okay, great, change the world and make the world a better place, but how can I contribute? So everyone has a home, everyone can influence, starting with the way that they live and how they have a home that is actually sustainable and is contributing rather than being hazardous to the environment.
Hello, my name is Juan Carlos Lara. I am from Mexico. I am very excited to be here. This is the 3rd time, actually. We usually come here as an investor, yet we are here as a panelist, which I love it. I lead the ESG lab worldwide. The office is in Geneva, and I also lead the Point 5 family office worldwide, and also the office is in Geneva, Switzerland. And what we do in this case is try to find practical solutions about the climate, about the environment. We do not follow the...
Right, so we have about half an hour, and we have to address a complex topic. So I would like just to propose a few thoughts, and then we can develop this exercise of collective intelligence. Why? Because resilience, as I defined earlier, is a human challenge First of all, it's the first time in the history of humanity that societies and communities are so exposed to extreme weather events as never in the history of human beings. The Copernicus European satellite has registered 2025 as the hottest year ever registered in the history. So despite there is a debate on who creates or what creates global warming, it is a reality. And we all experience either hottest temperature or colder temperature than in the past years, more frequent and more intense extreme weather events. So this has become a need, a necessity for humanity to tackle, and both governments and private sector are totally unprepared. There is a tendency to respond to emergencies, but not to plan strategically, to prepare and respond more efficiently. So in this context, technologies play a key role, and they play a role in terms of both preparedness and response, but also as, for instance, what Terralax does, building homes that are more resilient, infrastructure that is more resilient. So I would like to focus our conversation on technology from your perspective. And just because of sake of time, of course, policy development is critical, legislation is critical, climate finance and funding is critical. It's a multi-dimensional problem that requires multi-dimensional solutions, but for the sake of this panel, we are focusing on how technologies can support both the public and the private sector in better and more efficiently prepare and respond to natural disasters. So I would like to start with Mayan, because I know that your work is very specifically oriented with that. And also, if you can elaborate a little bit between the intersection between sustainability and longevity, because being more resilient makes also us more longevous or healthier. So if you can please describe what you do in this space. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So obvious practical implementation of homes, how they're not hurting the environment. It's all about energy, and you know there's the whole thing with zero energy and clean energy. That's an obvious one. I'm going to go a touch spiritual here, you know, because I think we stepped into a new timeline where it's okay to talk about these things and hippie or woo-woo, but what I mean by that is a lot of it is in intention. You know, we have to come together, and there's no choice. And a lot of what we have done to the planet is because people don't care, governments don't care, and originally our mission as humanity is to take care of the planet. So where I'm stepping into spirituality here is there is a theory that planet Earth is not just a planet, it's a living, breathing, real organism, right? Mother Earth, and she feels exactly what our intentions are, and part of what's happening, you know, the only thing we know for sure is we don't know. So the fact is that, yes, there's global warming. Nobody knows for sure how things are affected, but there is this theory, this spiritual theory, that a lot of it actually comes from not being in the right mindset and, you know, human beings not coming together. So I'm addressing more of a unity, consciousness, spiritual thing where we have to come together, and obviously we don't have a choice. It's something that must happen because, as Enzo mentioned, we're reaching a time where it's becoming impossible. You know, we're driving here from St. Moritz, and we noticed that there's no snow on the mountain anymore. You can't even ski. So we're really feeling the effect big time, and we've reached a point where, you know, I don't think it's a point of no return. It's a point of we must act now, and the only way we can do it is going back to that intention of we cannot be in the mindset that, you know, if I litter and I live my life and I do whatever, it doesn't affect it. You know, you have to measure every moment of every action of whatever you do as part of the collective consciousness and really be in the right intention, the right mindset, and make it work, because our mission is to take care of this planet.
Thank you very much. And I want to say that the global warming and the lack of snow is not just because we cannot ski, but the majority of world population anymore. And this is the real impact that this environmental crisis is having on normal people, not us who you know, enjoy these hotels rooms in Davos. We have to think about poor people in desertifying territories worldwide. So it's much bigger than that. But if I may, Tanya, if you could elaborate on, from an academic and scientific experience that you have, how you see what is happening in terms of environmental, what I call ecocide. I mean, we are really destroying the planet. How do you see that from your perspective, and how technology can support solutions?
Thank you. I mean, we have destroyed the planet, I would say. I think we're past a lot of the boundaries that the planet has from a lot of perspective. I mean, we've got the donut economics that already since many years have brought to the fore the fact that we are overstepping a lot of planetary boundaries, whether it is water, whether it is climate, whether it is resource usage. I mean, one of the key challenges of the near future, it's going to be inflation, because we're going to be fighting for decreasing resources where we need them the most, including technology. I mean, most of the technologies that we need to keep our economic development trajectory in a more sustainable way, in a more climate-friendly way, are dependent on raw materials that are running out, are dependent on mining activities that are destroying a lot of communities around the world. So I would say we are already at a very critical juncture. And there's two things that technology can help us with, although again, I would like to finish by saying technology alone is just a piece of a much bigger puzzle. And the two things are, one, we need to adapt and mitigate, and one is we need to prevent further damage as much as we can. And in either of these strategies, technology plays indeed a big role. We hear of technologies, especially now with generative AI, that have a huge potential in terms of allowing us to better prevent extreme weather events, to better predict extreme weather events, to better predict social trajectories, include people, make sure that everyone has access to the right information to take action. However, and that's the key thing that was being discussed in a lot of panels this morning, they were about AI, they were about technology. If we are not building the infrastructure to make sure that these technological advancements are accessible to all the people who need it the most, if we're not thinking about the governance structures to make sure that these technologies are being used for a good cause rather than for a bad cause. I mean, someone was commenting this morning, all the advancements in sciences that are going to improve our healthcare can also be used to create the next pandemic. So how do we make sure that they are used for better healthcare, not for worse healthcare? And so what we teach a lot in our courses from an academic perspective is this adoption of systems thinking. It's the change of mental models whereby we're not something separate from others. Ecological problems are not separate from social problems. They're not separate from economic problems. And we really can find the next big creativity and opportunities for business by acting at the interconnection of different issues. So I would say I see it as a lot of technology plus people, plus environment, plus resources. That's what would take us there.
Absolutely, and this is the new paradigm. It's basically going back to, you know, thousands of years ago. There were philosophies that were based on three concepts, which were people, planet, prosperity. You know, I mean, if you see the African tribes and the Shintoists in Asia, there was always this strict connection, primitive connection between people and planet that we have lost. That's why subconsciously we are destroying the planet. We don't even have awareness of that as human species. We have dissociated our physiology from the biology of the planet, and that's why we throw plastics into the oceans. But going back to technology, I would like to stress that nowadays, for first time in the history of humanity, we as human species, we have access to technologies such as drones and sensors and the satellite imagery and AI that are very low cost, you see? So we can purchase a drone with $200 and use AI almost for free and better predict and prepare and respond. So technology allows us really to find solutions very rapidly, even complex solutions. But at the basis of human behavior, there are policies and structures, such as parliaments and governments, right? So I would like, Natalia, from your perspective as a former member of the Ukrainian parliament, how do you see legislators influencing and driving and leading these processes in an efficient way?
Well, thank you for this question. So, as a former member of parliament, I mentioned we implement all necessary regulation to launch green market in Ukraine, green energy market, and it shows great result. By the way, since 2020, second invasion of Russian Federation, this technology, which is not now innovation, by the way, it's just a normal technology, so they show a huge resilience because it's very difficult to, very easy to destroy power generation, which is the case, almost like 15 gigawatts of energy base load capacity destroyed in Ukraine. But it's very difficult to destroy, for instance, solar or farm or wind farm. It's much more diversified and easily to restore. So it helps. Now new government, they are simplify all the permitting for Ukrainian reconstruction, and it creates a very fruitful environment for innovation, easier to raise reconstruction funds, some different kind of concession funding. It helps. But coming back to my experience, which I wish not to have because of this war, and answering your question about specifically technology. So what I see, because we are building, let's say, something classical, but generation green, resilient, diversify, like biomass, solar, wind, but also implementing systemic solutions such as integrated energy systems, smart grids, because all of our energy system is fragmented. This is something I don't think I surprise someone in this room. But what I see now is interrelation between defense technology, and here you also mentioned drones. So if in UK, for instance, each family has a dog, in Ukraine each family has a drone, because not to look on the weather condition, but to protect themselves and their houses and our land. And this emerging technology now is the best in the world, and defense tank is growing rapidly, and it's interrelated with the energy system, because in Ukraine, and not only, as Europe also face the drone attacks very often now, and if different kind of infrastructure is very suspicious, but let's leave it. So energy asset without physical and without cyber protection is not an asset, it's just like a target. Because energy is some like kind of hybrid warfare in aggressor hands, and it's very easily to destroy like state sovereignty, value chains, not only like in particular country, but globally, not only because of war weather condition, but also some geopolitical turbulence, pandemic threats. So all this disruption creates an environment where the consumption and production should go together and implement some innovative technology to make it more efficient and secure. So these two trends, I think, would be the next one to protect states organization value change for major disruption and help us at least to sustain.
And thank you very much for making the connection between technology and energy. And you provided the case of the current situation in Ukraine is very clear in terms how defense, how I would say security technology, because technology is a neutral machine. You can arm a drone with a weapon, or you can use it to deliver food to, poor people, whatever. I mean, technology is very neutral. It's how humans use technology that makes the difference. So the connection between energy and technologies in the context of resilience is very valuable. Thank you very much for highlighting that. And now we'd like to drive the conversation from technology with this addition of energy to finances, to climate finances, because obviously everything costs money, and we are experiencing, as you mentioned, Natalia, shift of funding priorities towards security, towards defense, towards attack. And so that may mean that funding for sustainability is decreasing. So I would like Juan Carlos to hear your experience about as a family office.
I would like, first of all, to define what the problem is. I would like, first of all, to define what the problem is, where we are today. At the beginning, it was called global warming. Well, we found out that the world was warming in some places and it was cooling in another places. So we changed the name to climate change, which is a little bit more inclusive, I would say, right? So we have right now climate change, right? But the organizations and the governments have been very intelligent to put all the fault and the blame in the people. And let me explain and let me prove this. They say the problem with the environment is that people do not understand we are destroying the world. I think we understand we're destroying the world. I think we understand environmental help. And no one said that they were not aware. So when we say, oh, it's a matter of education, they are blaming us. If we educate the people, we're going to solve the problem. That's the solution. Well, it is not the solution. We find out that the most educated people are the ones that pollute more. As Leonardo DiCaprio, as Al Gore, as all these climate change personalities to see what they're doing. Well, they have the largest jets, they have the largest beautiful boats in the ocean, right? And their carbon footprint couldn't be bigger, right? So education is not the solution for climate change, for environmental destructions that I agree that we are doing it. Yet I think that technology, AI is going to help, and there's a lot of people willing to invest in this solution, not to invest in the platitudes of climate change, rhetoric, and flagell yourself, and the world is going to end, and blame, how dare you? I mean, we are beyond that. That is so last year and before. Okay. We need two things to realize the depth of the destruction. And again, AI is going to help. The first one is we need feedback loops. We need to understand, we need to see the actions that we do today. What is the reaction in the world? We must see that. It's not that Leonardo DiCaprio is an idiot. Well, probably he is, right? But he sees. We have to tell him what's going on. So we need to use technology, AI, so we can see with feedback loops the destruction that we are creating in the real world. But we need to see that. And the second one, we need incentives. There's no incentive to be conscientious. There's no incentive to help the world to be a better world. On the contrary, there is punishment. If you want to buy let's call sustainable water, it is going to be more expensive than the regular water. You want to buy a sustainable coffee or sustainable jacket, it's going to be more expensive. What we need with technology, and again, people are very willing and ready to invest in these kind of solutions. We need to be rewarded to do the right thing. We are punished today to do the right thing. And just in your, I mean, if you buy, how do you call bio food, which is better for the world and better for the people, it's going to be double the price. So who can pay for that? We need incentives when that is cheaper, and we can do that through technology.
Yes. And that you see, especially family offices that are not tied by corporate, structures. I've met
the last couple of years, also thanks to the speakers that to care about climate, to care about the planet, everyone would want to do it, and we all act on incentives. And so what are the incentives? One is affordability. And so what are the incentives? One is affordability, so working hard with technology, show that there's no is really thinking